Hello everyone, I'm Promise Okoy. I'm here at the Dalhousie University for the book launch Michael's Memories. This event has brought about members of the community from the government, private sector, and different and various groups, too many to mention. And this book is a chronicle of love, resilience, especially dementia, the realities of dementia. And we're here with someone within the community, healthcare practitioner, who will be telling us a little bit of what they think about dementia. It's good to have you here. What's your name?
My name is Dr. Babatolu. Thank you so much. It's an honor to be here to speak with you, Promise.
Awesome. Tell us a little bit about what motivated you or inspired you to be at this event.
It wasn't much of a motivation. The author, Agnes, is a close friend of my family. Indeed, when we moved here 4 years ago, she was one of the first people that welcomed us here. My wife, who unfortunately wasn't able to be here today, works with Agnes very closely, and so it is an honor to be here, really.
Awesome. But when we talk about dementia, what comes to mind as a practitioner within the industry?
It's a very personal condition. When I worked and lived in the UK, I used to work very closely with people with dementia. I still work closely with people with dementia right now, but I used to have a more functional organizational role working with people with dementia back in the UK. What comes to mind is I think there's a misunderstanding, or there is a better understanding of what dementia is. In the past, we took it as normal or as granted that it's normal for people to lose their memory and lose their personality as they get older. We don't think it's the case now. I think there's a better recognition amongst the medical sciences that it shouldn't be the case. You're not supposed to change personalities or lose your memory as you get older. And if you're able to recognize it on time, there are things we can do to help to stop the progression of the condition. It is very painful, not for the person who lives with the condition. They often are unaware. And I've had many close friends and very, very close relatives who unfortunately have the condition and died from the condition. But it's a very painful condition for the people who have to live with them. It is awful to see your loved one change before your eyes.
Absolutely. And as one who has also lived the experience, given the people you've worked with, as far as education and awareness, what do you expect from today's book launch event?
I'm hoping that the people who are watching this and who are here would be able to raise an alarm or flag and encourage, because it's unfortunately, like a lot of things surrounding mental health, there is a stigma. People with dementia are not very willing to come forward to say, hey, I've got this condition, or my memory isn't as good as it used to be. Okay, but I think with encouragement and with support, the first thing is recognition that there might be something not quite right. So my hope is that following this event, more people will be willing to come forward to say, let's get tested, speak to your family physician, let's get tested, let's have a chat. You don't have to get tested, let's have a conversation to see what can be done, if anything. A lot of people come in to say, oh, I think I've got dementia, and it's not. But the conversation starts.
All right. Awesome. Thank you so much for speaking to us. We look forward to everything, bits and bytes of this event. Take care. I'll see you later then. Thank you. Right, you heard it there. The expectation is very high. Quite a number of persons who are here are professionals from the government, the private sector, like I said, and they are all here to support the cause, to educate and enlighten people about dementia. Don't go away. Stay tuned, and I'll be right back. You good? So let me go fetch more people now. Right? We good? You grab this.
My name is Dr. Agnes Chinelo. I am a UK-trained family medicine physician, health and promotion advocate, and author. Here is a fun fact. I became a medical doctor at the age of 24. That means I have been practicing as a medical doctor for decades. How time flies. Michael's Memories, the title of my book, is a tribute to my father, Michael, and his journey with Alzheimer's. It's a collection of his memories and our shared experiences, which I hope will resonate with you. I am a mom of three, a sports mom. My daughter is the oldest, followed by two boys. My passion includes dementia awareness, health promotion, and wellness education. I love dancing, and I believe I've shared some of my moves on my social media platforms. I enjoy reading, mindfulness,
Testing.
watching current affairs news, and movies. I love exploring new cuisines and delicacies, traveling and experiencing different cultures. I am a
Just
woman
hold
of
on.
Pardon me?
faith. My spirituality is central to the core of my work. I champion equitable and culturally accessible healthcare to prevent chronic diseases and reduce morbidity and mortality. My dream goal is to empower people, especially underserved communities, with the knowledge and resources to take control of their health, prevent disease, and live well. Thank you for watching. My book, Michael's Memories, is now available at Freezing Press Store and through Ingram's global network. Follow me on all my social media platforms, Talk with Dr. Agnes, and I look forward to, sharing more about why I wrote my book in the next reel. See you soon.
kind of know the experience and how much work goes into that.
Interesting.
But also fascinated about dementia. Yeah.
Right, and then when it comes to dementia,
Yes.
what comes to mind really, because a lot of people are not quite aware of what happens around dementia, people who have these issues. What do you know about these, and what are your thoughts?
Great question. I don't know a lot. I mean, I do have grandparents all of whom have died, but towards the end, one I was very close to is starting to experience dementia for sure. And so, and then lots of parishioners who they have elderly family members. They invite me to go in to visit the hospital or nursing homes, and they have dementia. And so it's painful to see people where their bodies might still be, they might still be able to walk around and they look okay, but they're not able to remember. And painful for the family members to be there, trying to care for them, love them, and limited memory. Some of them don't even know, like, does my mom remember my name? Things like that.
No, but given kind of society we are in, a lot of people are not ready to accept the fact that they're in that situation. So we see a lot of lack of awareness out there. So what would be your expectation coming into this event today?
So a couple things. One is just knowledge to learn, and I think Dr. Agnes is in such a unique position. She's both a doctor, and so as a professional she has a lot she can say, but also as a daughter who lived through walking with her own father. So I think that personal dimension. I think also something from my perspective as a Catholic priest, I just see in Canada how we've come so far in terms of medicine and so many advances, and I'm sure there's so much medicine that is even able to limit dementia or there's so much we've learned about what we can do to prevent the onset of dementia. But on the one hand, so we've had these advances. On the other hand, from a moral perspective, I'm deeply concerned about some of the decisions that our government has made to legalize things like medical assistance in dying. And I can just see how that's troubling, where somebody with dementia, who in my opinion, and certainly that of the Catholic Church, this is somebody who has dignity and value.
Absolutely.
Somebody who's created in the image and likeness of God.
Right.
And so it would be so easy for society to say, you know what, that person, let's just give them aid, because they have dementia, they can't really remember things. Let's talk about their quality of life, and essentially let's just get rid of them. And I think that's so sad and so terrible when we have to somehow love people, I think, until the day they die.
Absolutely.
And even when they're struggling with things like dementia, tremendous suffering for the person, for the family around them, and yet I think there can be meaning, and we can grow in so much compassion as we learn to walk with people even towards the end of their lives.
Those are words of empathy and compassion. Thank you so much,
Hey,
Reverend Father,
thank
for
you.
having this
Yeah,
speech with
thank
us.
you so much.
See you later.
Okay.
All right then. All right. That is basically where she attends church, and the Reverend Father has told us basically around how to look at this older people with dementia. So we're looking forward to seeing more and more people talk positively as far as dementia. Don't go away, and I'll be right back. You know you can.
Yes, how are you?
Get away. I will let you go.
Like, how are you doing? That's like 2 times in the last 2 months.
Absolutely.
Yes.
It's good to see you,
Thank you.
Tia. I know you as Tia, but people would like to know your full name on today's
Absolutely.
event.
Yes, Tia Upshaw.
Absolutely.
Yes.
Tell us, why are you in this event today?
Well, come on, it's obvious. This is a black woman doing big things. But honestly, no. Dr. Agnes, I met her a few months ago, probably about 6 months ago, and seeing what she was trying to do with her book and her practice, and her as a mother and an entrepreneur, I was attracted to her very, very quickly. And then when she was on my TV show, Tuesdays with Tia, and listen to her talk about the book. So I didn't really know the impact of the book until she was talking. She started getting emotional. I started getting emotional on live TV because I had a grandmother also that passed away from Alzheimer's and dementia back in 2020. And just listening to it, it was like, oh my goodness. But again, of course, another black woman, becoming an author, a doctor, entrepreneur, a powerhouse. So that's why I had to be here tonight.
Yeah, I'm so sorry to hear about your grandmom's passing.
Thank you.
But when it comes to dementia, I haven't been someone who has experienced it
Yeah.
with your grandmom. What comes to mind really that you want people out there to be aware of?
That it's hard. It's emotionally and mentally and spiritually draining, because the person that you once knew, the matriarch of a community, of a family. My grandmother had 13 children. I can't remember. I think it was like 32 grandchildren and great grandchildren. List goes on, and she raised me, so that would be 14 actually. And I always pictured her as like this hero, this big matriarch. She was a volunteer. She didn't retire until she was in her 70s. And then when dementia and Alzheimer's hit, it's not her no more. It's a shell. She was gone, and it's very emotional and really draining. So yeah, it was a hard thing to watch someone that you viewed as, the hero.
Look up to.
Yeah.
A lot of people are not aware really about what the signs are for about dementia.
Yes.
But you are in this event. What's your expectation today?
I would say for tonight's event,
Right.
emotions. I got fake eyelashes on. I shouldn't have wore them, but emotions and having a little bit of the memories, almost like triggering memories, because I know when she starts reading, it's gonna kind of bring back some things for a lot of people who have loved ones who are suffering or who have suffered, and it's a really bad thing. But I'm glad that Dr. Agnes is educating us, and especially from the Black community sense. We deal with it differently. We're not quick to put our families in homes. We come in and we take care of them. So it's like having another child. So I'm excited for tonight, and I can't wait to hear her reading, and I can't wait to meet everybody and see everybody else's tears.
Absolutely, Chair. You continue to be an advocate for Black women. Thank you so much for the
Thank
work you do.
you.
Looking forward to seeing more
Absolutely.
of you.
You will.
Thank you. I will.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. All right, that was Tia Sure, a very important person within the community. Stay tuned. We'll be right back. No. What's that? What's that?
You just cut out. It's okay.
Thank you so much, DJ James. Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you all for joining us today as for an epoch event. We're so excited to have you this evening in spite of the tight schedule. My name is Sako, and my job tonight is to host this event. I'm excited tonight because when I got the invitation to be part of this event, I began to find more details about dementia. And my details, or the things that I found out so far, it's been educating. And I'm sure that today some of us that have had encounter with people that have gone through the process of having dementia. You are a solution. You've been of immense help to helping people. We sincerely like to appreciate you this evening. Thank you so much for joining us. In the next few minutes, we'll be starting. I'll bring in our author for tonight. I'm sure she needs no introduction. But first, I'd like us, please put your hands together for Dr. Agnes for putting this together. Can we appreciate her, please? Thank you. I'd like to say, in case you're coming into this hall for the first time, you need to use gent or the ladies. You can ask any of our ushers or any of our personnel to direct you. There will be no cause for alarm, but we have amazing exit here in case there is a fire, but there will be no cause for alarm tonight, right? There will be gifts to be won here tonight. Someone will be going on with some amazing gift in the course of the event. Just to be sure, do we have anyone that have known Dr. Agnes for more than 5 years or 4 years? You've known Dr. Agnes for how many years? 5, 6. Okay, beautiful. Do we have any other person? 5? I want to know, apart from the siblings and the children that have known them all their lives. Yeah? The same time. Thank you. And I sincerely like to appreciate you for doing this. It came from a place of a pain that have been converted to educating a lot of persons. And tonight, we'll be educated, we'll be entertained. As you know, that Dr. Agnes comes from a peculiar place where we celebrate tradition, we celebrate heritage. So in the course of the event, you'll see something unique. And I would let you know more about the things that we're doing tonight. Like I said, there'll be some soft drinks, food. We have enough to eat tonight, and we have drinks. If you have, just want to make sure that for the few hours you'll be spending with us, we'll be very, very comfortable. Once again, my name is Sako, and in the next few minutes, we have some persons connecting online. Please kindly help me put your hands together for them from different parts of the world. We are from the UK, we are from the US, from Nigeria, from Africa. Thank you so much for joining us this evening. In the next few minutes, we'll have the honor of having the author, Dr. Agnes Chinelo, dance in. She's going to be dancing in a very unique way, and I'll let you know why she decided to dance in. It's very, very special. Everything we'll do here tonight is very, very special. She has her siblings, she has her children connected and, live at this auditorium to celebrate their father, an amazing man that impacted their lives immensely. I didn't have the opportunity to meet him, but reading about him speaks a lot. Can we please put a hand for Chief Sir Michael Dike Ume, the amazing father of this author. It's not here, but if you have a copy of the book or you've seen a copy of the book or you follow us on all our social platforms, you know how passionate she is, talking about early detection, finding out is important. Some people think that you have to get old before you have dementia. I found out lately that we have people that are 18 that have dementia, and you're asking, how did it happen? But there'll be a lot of information here that will be given tonight. That's why I said I need you to please follow up, because we'll give out gifts. Someone will win a return ticket. We'll get a return ticket, back home tonight. But trust me, we'll have a gift to give out tonight. But just to be sure, who was the first person to get here this evening? You got here this evening when the hall was empty? You? Are you serious? You were, okay, so I have a gift for you because, yes, I have a gift for you. Beautiful. Yes, that's why it's good to get here. We'd like to meet you, so we'll learn. What's your name, ma'am? Charlie, and that's a gift. Yes, beautiful gift. Trust me. Yes, it's love. There's a receipt there, so you know that it's a gift. Yeah. It's a beautiful gift. Yeah. So there are other things I'm going to give out this evening. Someone will go with an iPhone 15. Yes, we'll give you the charger first, and then you buy the phone by yourself. In the next few minutes, like I said, we'll have the beautiful G. Well, it's amazing that she became a doctor at the age of 24. Can we please put her hand together for Dr. Chine? We don't get to 24, medical doctor. It's a lot for us coming from where she is. It takes a lot. If in our country we have to write jump, but it's okay. Don't let us talk about then we have to write WAEC, and it's okay. Let's just move on with the program. So play a little music, and then in the next few minutes she'll be dancing in. And earlier on, I don't know if you've seen the elder sister of the celebrant. I mean the author. When I say the elder sister, it means a mother. I think a mother could stand as an elder sister. If you've seen the mother, you will know. You wouldn't even believe that's a mother. I will celebrate her very soon, and I think it's important that we celebrate her too. So music, DJ Debs, give me something light from, Michael Jackson. Take it off, take it. Thank you. Nika too. Yeah. Are we ready? No, I mean, don't play the song, that's good. Thank you for clapping. Thank you. Yes, so. Yes, so. Yes, so. Thank you for clapping. Thank you for clapping. Thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, joining her is an amazing mother, Her Excellency Lolo Modesta Ume. Let's appreciate her, please. Thank you. Oh.
Sunday.
Oh, Wendy. Yes, sir. The siblings can join also. The siblings can join. The amazing brothers can join. The children, if you want to join, why not? Come on now. Can we have... Yes, sir. That's it. These are our brothers and sisters. On Sunday, oh Wendy. On Sunday, oh Wendy. Yes, sir. Thank you. Yes, sir. Thank you so much. Thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, thank you so much for clapping for Dr. Agnes Chinelo, Assistant Professor of the Department of Family Medicine, Dalhousie University. Can we please celebrate her once again? Thank you. Thank you. Did you get any best dancer amongst who Honorable Fadari? Did Barbara dance? Did she dance? You did. You danced? No. Oh no, I have somebody behind. Who? Who did you nominate? She. Let's put her together for her. Please come get a gift. Come get a gift. Please come. Yes. Thank you. When you get home, you look for Chief Osita or Sadevi. Yes, and play it. Thank you so much. Just write original copy collected by me. Okay, so can we celebrate? Thank you so much for joining us today. We're excited. Like I said, we know that you'd had other things you should have been doing, but we're excited. Today we have 3 things we're going to be doing. We'll be talking about the DK Mike's Health Advocacy and Empowerment Society. We have the book launch, and we have other things we're going to do today. Without wasting our time, I'd like to get a remark. I don't know if Dr. Britton is here yet. Do we have Mr. John Britton? Is he in the house? Oh, you're going to do it. Please put your hand together for Mr. John's representative, Mr. John Britton. He's going to get to introduce himself, and then, we'll move on. Can we appreciate him, please? He came all the way.
Good evening, everyone. So I'm not John Britton. My name is Andrew Howe, and I am the Education and Engagement Coordinator for African Nova Scotian Communities with the Alzheimer Society of Nova Scotia. And I'd like to bring you remarks on behalf of ASNS and our partners at Alzheimer Society of Canada. Thank you for the opportunity to take part in this momentous event and to celebrate the launch of Michael's Memories, a book that is not only deeply personal, but powerfully impactful as well. My role at ASNS is to connect with people of African descent across the province to promote awareness of the resources and support we offer to people on the dementia journey. And at ASNS, we make sure that our community knows that this support is available to everyone in this province, including those who hail from our 52 historic African Nova Scotian communities and from across the African diaspora as well. So I've been at the Alzheimer Society for a year and a half, and I've previously worked in community outreach for a number of years. And one of the big things that we often hear is that there's a lack of culturally safe and relevant resources available for people of African descent when it comes to discussions around health and wellness. And that's why we at ASNS are so happy to be able to be connected with Dr. Agnes and our partners at the Alzheimer's Society of Canada. Through her work as a physician liaison with Alzheimer's Society of Canada's National Dementia Guidelines Program, Dr. Agnes was a dedicated member of both the steering committee and the Black Working Group, the Black Community Working Group. And in this role, she brought the perspectives discussed from persons living with dementia, care partners, and healthcare practitioners from the Black community to the steering committee to ensure that those voices of Black Canadians were represented in the creation of the National Dementia Guidelines, the clear communication toolkits, and our online learning resources as well. What's so great about this new book is that Dr. Agnes has given us something rare and precious, a guide that is both medically sound and profoundly human. Not only do we get to experience a new perspective of the impacts of dementia from her dual lens as both a caregiving daughter and a physician, a perspective that will provide insight to all of us, but it will also be another excellent resource that I and others will be able to utilize in sharing information, education, and resources with our African descent communities here in the province of Nova Scotia. This is more than a memoir. It's a gift, one that will be a compass for caregivers, families, and healthcare professionals alike. And so on behalf of the Alzheimer's Society of Nova Scotia and all our friends at the Alzheimer's Society of Canada, thank you again for this opportunity to address you, and congrats to Dr. Agnes on a successful launch of your new book. We look forward to staying connected with you as we continue to work towards supporting people on the dementia journey across the province and across the country. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Really appreciate you greatly. We're still at the launch of Michael's Memories, book launch, and the Dementia Advocacy. At this time, ladies and gentlemen, you don't get to see this all the time. To have the current Minister of Seniors and Long-Term Care for Nova Scotia grace your event. And when that happens, you take and maximize that opportunity to let her speak. Not only is she the current Minister for Seniors and Long-Term Care, she is the Deputy Premier and the Deputy President of the Executive Council, as well as a Minister responsible for military relations. And I think it's important that we are very honored to have her. Please put your hand together for Her Excellency Barbara Adams. Can we celebrate her, please, as she comes? We are very honored to have her, and we don't take that presence for granted at all. If I'm to give her an Igbo name, Barbara, do you have any Igbo name, any African name? No. So we'll give you Ada. We'll give you Ada. Ada? Ada means you're the first. Are you the first daughter? No. Okay. What should I give? Obiageli? What Igbo name, sir? Obiageli. My president said we'll give you Obiageli. Obiageli means you have come to eat.
Okay, that's for sure. Thank you very much. My first experience of someone with Alzheimer's was going to my grandmother's nursing home when I was about 10 or 12 years old. And this is just a few years ago. And they would hold her down while they tried to wash her hair. And she would fight with them. She did not have that friendly kind of Alzheimer's where you just forgot stuff. She fought them tooth and nail every day. And so we found that when I would come and sit with her when she got her hair washed, she didn't fight. And that was my first experience of long-term care and of Alzheimer's. So when I became the Minister of Seniors and Long-Term Care, I was looking at the construction of the new nursing homes, and it said in there that the beauty salon was an optional feature for nursing homes. And there was a suggestion that maybe we could get rid of the beauty salons and save ourselves some money. And I fought them tooth and nail for a good year and a half, and I said, that is mandatory. She needs to look good and feel good, and we need to make sure that she has the dignity of a beautiful haircut whenever she wants it. But that did change my opinion of Alzheimer's because it was a negative one right out the gate. But then over the years as a physiotherapist, I began to volunteer with the Alzheimer's Society of Nova Scotia. And then I got to see the beautiful side of what the Alzheimer's Society was trying to do and what health professionals are trying to do, which is to educate the families who are starting a journey that they had no idea they were about to undertake. And the grieving process of losing your loved one day at a time, who would sometimes come back, and it is a journey unlike any other. And so when I met Agnes a few years ago, and she just introduced herself to me and said, I'm writing a book on this. My dad's experience and his memories and what he went through as a Black person with Alzheimer's. It's like, that is not what I understand. That's not what I was taught. No one taught me anything about Alzheimer's when I went through school, let alone the differences in different cultures. And so I kept pressuring her to give me an advanced copy of the book so I could read it. But I'm very pleased that the Alzheimer's Society of Nova Scotia, I don't know whether they stole some of your materials from your book, but they do have some materials now to help make sure that people are able to understand the disease and how it impacts their own cultures. So I did want to take an opportunity, though, while I was here to say thank you to the gold sponsors, Vanity Fashions. Can we have a round of applause for our gold sponsors? These kind of events don't happen without sponsorship, and I'm incredibly grateful to you. And of course, the silver sponsor is Dr. Kola Ayabanjid. And so, where are they? Right here. Thank you so much. And of course, the bronze sponsor, Dr. Kanayo Amazin. Thank you. Thank you very much. And I would also like to thank, we have two MLAs in the House. We have Adegoke Fadari right here from my caucus, and of course, Susie Hansen. Everybody knows Susie. So we're grateful to have you here as well to show your support. So what I want to say about the book is that it alternates between a very personal journey and education. So it is appropriate for families, healthcare professionals, and anyone who is involved in the healthcare sector or in the home care and long-term care sector. And so I just hope that everybody takes an opportunity. And I believe there are books for sale here tonight. And I'll just leave with this. It's Mother's Day tomorrow, so this would make a great Mother's Day gift. So congratulations. I'm so very proud of you, and I'm absolutely thrilled to be here with you tonight.
Thank you so much. Thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, please put your hand together for Barbara Adams. Thank you so much for that impromptu. It wasn't planned, but you know we kind of get to have and not have. Thank you so much. We appreciate you. Somebody left their key, I think, at the restroom. It could be the key to your, yeah. We don't want you to get home stranded. Do we have anyone? Is this yours? Okay, so please find, just to be sure. Yeah. Okay. And now, Excellency Barbara Adams referred to a member of the House of Assembly of Nova Scotia. Amazing African, doing well and representing us well. Please put your hands together as I bring up Honorable Adegoke Fadari, a member of the House of Assembly, Clinton Park West, a Ministerial Assistant, Office of Service, Efficiency, and the Vice Chair Health Committee. Can we appreciate him, please, as he comes to give us a goodwill message? Thank you. Thank you so much. Thank you. You want to use that? I can use this.
Good evening, good evening, good evening. It's just watching Doctor and It makes me feel excited seeing what you're doing, honoring your father this way. You know, I have a daughter, so I'm excited that one day my daughter will probably do something like this. So I just wanted to celebrate you. Please, could you help me put your hands together and celebrate her? My job this evening is pretty easy. I'm told to introduce the author, and I'm glad and honored to be able to do that, so I will do that shortly. I want to say it's a distinct honor to introduce someone who embodies purpose, compassion, and unwavering service to our community in the person of Dr. Agnes Chinelo. Dr. Agnes, as we know, is a UK-trained family physician with over 2 decades. Today we discovered that she got a doctorate at 24. Pretty remarkable. She's currently practicing full-time in Halifax, and recently she's serving as an associate professor at the Dalhousie University. Please help me celebrate that. That's awesome. That's an inspiration for many of us. But what truly sets her apart is her heart, a heart dedicated to community health, education, and empowerment. A few years ago, I had an idea to bring Black health to the front during the Community Festival Week, an initiative that we titled Black Health Affairs. I needed someone who could work with me to deliver the project under tight timeline and budget constraints. The one person I knew who would show up and roll up our sleeves and deliver it with excellence was Dr. Agnes. Our contribution made the event a success and sparked a deeper community dialogue about wellness within the Black community. That same passion I see weekly through our talk with Dr. Agnes, a weekly podcast where she addresses everyday health concerns, demystifying medical information, and reminding us that our health is our power. Whether discussing mental health, family wellness, or preventive care, Dr. Agnes shares the knowledge with empathy, with clarity, and with conviction. Tonight is extra special because we are here to launch something deeply personal to her, our latest work, Michael's Memories. This isn't just a book, it's a tribute to our father's journey through dementia. It's honest, it's heartfelt, and a powerful reflective of what it means to care for a loved one living with memory loss. Through this book, Dr. Agnes offers us a blend of personal narrative and medical insight that raises awareness and challenges about the stigma around dementia within our communities. Our storytelling is real. Our voice is vital. And our message, especially now, is one we need to hear. And yes, when I stepped into public life and ran for an office, Dr. Agnes was there. She wasn't just a medical doctor or medical professional in the crowd. She was a believer, a professional who stood up, more importantly, a friend. That's who she is, someone who shows up not just with knowledge, but with heart. So please today or tonight or this evening, in African time too, help me. Somebody was saying, so today please help me join me in celebrating Dr. Agnes Chinelo, a physician, an educator, an advocate, an author, and one of the most passionate and inspiring voices in our community. And please do not forget to follow Talk with Dr. Agnes on YouTube and on social media and help us spread the word. And the message, empowered and compassionate health is for everyone. Please, ladies and gentlemen, can we put our hands together as we celebrate a true advocate, an inspiration, one who is just simply amazing. And I'm excited to call her a friend. I also had the opportunity to have your book before it was even published. Thank you, ladies and gentlemen. Please let me celebrate her one more time. Dr. Agnes Chinelo.
Thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, please put your hands together for Honorable Adegoke Fadare. Thank you, thank you, thank you. You really did justice to that. A friend gotten a copy, but you're still going to get another copy today. That was before. But on today, before you leave here, I put it to you, subsection 4 of the Constitution. I don't know what that says, but I know. But for today, it says that you get a copy. I like to bring up someone that has known the author all her life. She's also a medical personnel. And it's amazing how dad, like they fondly call their father, Chief Ume, was passionate about educating his children And everyone, apart from the children seated here today, all the persons that have gone through, have had the opportunity of knowing Chief Ume, knew that he emphasized on education. And today they are celebrating because of the life that they live. But we're honored also to have a sister to, I was almost tempted to say the sister to the bride. But I'll just quickly read a profile as she flew in all the way from the state. She is Dr. Maria Eze, highly accomplished doctor of nursing practice and board certified psychiatric mental health nurse practitioner in the United States of America with over a decade of clinical experience. She specializes in diagnosing and treating a wide range of psychiatric disorders, including depression, anxiety, bipolar disorder, and other complex mental health conditions. She's passionate about creating mental health awareness. Dr. Eze is particularly dedicated to advocating for special groups such as military personnel, African communities, working to break the stigma and increase access to culturally competent care. Our approach is rooted in evidence-based practice, ensuring that each patient receives tailored, compassionate treatment designed to improve their overall well-being. Beyond clinical practice, Dr. Eze is passionate about leading initiatives that bridge the gap between mental health awareness and actionable solutions. Through community engagement, education, advocacy, she continues to drive meaningful change in the field of mental health, ensuring that individuals from all backgrounds receive the care and support they need. Ladies and gentlemen, please put your hands together for the sister of the author, Dr. Maria Eze. Can we celebrate Dr. Maria Eze as she comes to introduce her sister? Can we appreciate her, please? She came all the way. Just like I came all the way also. Yeah.
Thank you so much. Good evening, everyone. Everybody's looking so beautiful, but I think nobody outshines my sister. She looks amazing. Can we give her a round of applause, please? I wanted to do this justice, so I wrote my introduction because she deserves the best. It is an absolute honor to introduce a woman whose life radiates resilience, faith, and unwavering grace. She's a big sister, a proxy mom, a doctor, a mother of 3 beautiful children sitting right next to her, and a safe space for many. She's a selfless soul, calm in spirit, and the steady voice of reason in a family of 6 other siblings with very strong personalities. No matter how high emotions rise or how loud emotions get, Agnes remains the peaceful center, always grounded, emotionally intelligent, and beautifully free-spirited. She doesn't allow life storms to control her joy. She dances through them, literally, with a light heart and deep faith. Agnes has been a medical doctor for over 2 decades. And after several years of practicing in the UK, she relocated to Canada with her family. And in less than a year, she established her private practice, settled her children, and she did all of this while grieving the loss of our father. Also navigating the craziness of the pandemic. Yet, she did not stop there. She launched her YouTube channel. How many of you followed Talk with Dr. Agnes on YouTube? Whoop, whoop. Good to see that. All right, so Talk with Dr. Agnes, a platform focused on health promotion, disease prevention, and early intervention. In her quest to promote health and wellness in her community, she has partnered with local and faith-based organizations on several occasions to spearhead health education and disease prevention initiatives, especially within the African community. Just when anyone else might have paused, her passion for public health propelled her to pursue a master's in global public health at Queen Mary University of London, an achievement that she is on the verge of completing. When are we doing that When are we celebrating that again? Next month. Everybody is welcome. Invited to that graduation. So let's continue here. All of this while simultaneously writing Michael's memories, a deeply personal tribute chronicling our father's journey with Alzheimer's, and a heartfelt practical toolkit for caregivers walking a similar path. She is the queen of balancing act. I often wonder how she does it. And every time I ask her, how do you do it? She replies, with a smile on her face, it's the grace of God. We give God all the glory. That's like our catchphrase. Everything, how do you do it? We give God all the glory. So now I ask you to please rise on your feet and give a resounding welcome to the latest recipient of Doctors Nova Scotia Physician Health Promotion Award and the author of Michael's Memories, my big sister, Dr. Agnes Chinello.
Thank you, everyone. Please be seated. Thank you. I think at this point I can go home because I'm so full of gratitude with all this introduction. Thank you, everyone. So I'm here to talk about the journey behind Michael's Memories. My book, Michael's Memories, was born from pain and purpose. It began with my father, Chief Michael Dikume, fondly known as Dickie Mike, a man of faith, humility, and remarkable strength. He was a devout Catholic, a tireless entrepreneur, and a devoted husband and father who carried the weight of others quietly and lovingly. As the first son of his mom in a polygamous household in the village of Aglezichiku in Agwata local government area, Anambra State, Nigeria, my father bore the immense pressure of caring for his siblings from a young age. Though he cherished education, his schooling was cut short. He often recalled how he would sneak off to school only for his father, who knew no better, to arrive with a machete and a basket, chasing him back to the farm. As a result, his formal education ended early. Still, he never gave up on learning and made a vow that his children would reach the highest levels of education. From his humble beginnings, he migrated to Lagos, the most populous city in Africa, where he built a successful business from ground up. His life was a testament to what faith, perseverance, and hard work could achieve. But years later, dementia arrived like a storm, slow, silent, and then all-consuming. As a daughter, I watched my brilliant, witty father slip into confusion and memory loss. As a physician, I wrestled with the emotional dissonance of being both his caregiver and a medical doctor. It was this deep personal experience that led me to write Michael's Memories, a book that became a form of healing as I relived our moments, mourned the losses, and celebrated his unwavering spirit. I realized my unique position while serving as a physician liaison on the Alzheimer Society of Canada National Dementia Guidelines Project, where I helped bridge critical conversations between the Black Community Working Group and the National Guidelines Committee. That experience opened my eyes to how vital inclusive care is and how often our stories, voices, and needs remain underrepresented in national health strategies. Dementia is not just a family tragedy, it is a global health crisis, placing immense strain on individuals, families, and healthcare systems. Through this book, I hope to offer hope, healing, and resilience to anyone impacted by dementia. Michael's Memories also serves as a practical toolkit with guidance on prevention, early warning signs, and how to live and age well, even in the face of chronic illness. To carry on my father's legacy, we founded Dickie Mike Health Advocacy and Empowerment Society, a non-profit grounded in his values of education, resilience, and community upliftment. Though Michael came from a modest background and was only semi-educated, he believed deeply in the power of education and knowledge to transform lives. That belief continues through this society, which was created to honor Chief Michael Dikume. Our vision is to foster a healthier, more empowered society through compassion, education, and action. We aim to promote health awareness through partnerships with healthcare professionals, foundations, and organizations through education on prevention, wellness, and well-being. We strive to empower individuals with the tools and knowledge needed to take charge of their health, foster inclusivity by ensuring our programs are accessible to people of all backgrounds and abilities, and building strong partnerships that amplify our collective impact. Through workshops and events covering chronic disease prevention such as dementia, lifestyle modification and mental health, and by developing and distributing educational resources, we hope to make meaningful change and create welcoming spaces for dialogue, learning, and connection. In the short term, we aim to expand community outreach and provide immediate access to vital health resources. In the medium term, we plan to grow our network of volunteers and collaborators to reach even more people. Our long-term dream is to create a dedicated community wellness space, a physical working environment where people can access health education, support services, and culturally grounded resources that promote prevention, resilience, and dignified aging. Every donation, partnership, and act of support fuels this mission. Every contribution brings us closer to building a future where people can live healthier, more dignified lives, especially in the face of aging and chronic illness. Thank you for listening and standing with us as we continue this journey in honor of Chief Michael Dikome. Thank you.
Let's appreciate Dr. Agnes Chinelo once again. And so because we know you got here some of us got here like 2 hours ago, we want to go for a break. If you have, do you all have a copy of the brochure? So we all have drinks for you. So if you don't mind, we ask you to kindly please, for the next few minutes, go to, we've paid for, when I say we, I mean they have paid for everything. Because I said this we recently and it affected the money they were supposed to give to me. So I ask that you kindly please join us for a drink for a few minutes, and then we'll come back as we take the lectures in the next, and trust me, it's going to be very, very interactive. We have appetizer. So we'll take the appetizer right now. So if you don't mind, who's appetizer? Who is receiving us? Is that you? Are you the appetizer? I mean, are you the guy receiving? You said what? They should just come, right? I don't like the way I'm a married man. Don't shout on me, please. Okay, it's okay. So, DJ Devs, please play music, and then we'll take the appetizer shortly, and then we'll go. That's good. Increase the volume, yeah. Once again, who knows who sang this song? You know who sang this song? Yeah, we'll do table by table. Table 1, table 2. Is that table 1? Do we? Okay. Okay, so we'll just ask that you kindly please go for the appetizer. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you, Barbara. Thank you. Thank you. Don't worry, it's not going to affect the book launch. It's not going to affect the book you're going the money you're going to give us for the book. It's not. Are we doing dinner now? Okay, so we're doing dinner now. It's no longer appetizer. Dinner. DJ, let the music go down a little. Yes, yes. So it's no longer, it's dinner now. So just feel free. And then if you're watching us online, please kindly go to your kitchen and eat something, please. Thank you. We don't want you to, yes. We apologize you're not here. We know we would have loved to be here. We love you. We celebrate you. Thank you for honoring us. But so please go have something. A special thank you to our good sponsor, Vanity Fashions. Thank you so much for your support, and also silver sponsor, Dr. Kola Oyebanji. We appreciate you greatly, sir. Thank you, sir, for believing in us. And also our bronze sponsor, Dr. Kanayo Emezieni. Is Dr. Kanayo here? Is Dr. Kanayo in the house? Is he there? Oh, I just wanted to appreciate you, sir. Thank you so much, sir. I appreciate you for being our bronze sponsor for today. Thank you. And a special thank to societies. Okay, so increase the volume now. Thank you. Where we go for table by table.
Sound check. Sound check. Sound check. Right, I have here with me a member of the community who would be sharing his thoughts with us as far as today's event. So we'll begin by knowing what's your name and what's your level of involvement in today's event.
My name is Dr. Alex Amaziam. I'm a very dear friend to the author, Dr. Chinelo, and I'm also one of the sponsors of today's event, and not just because she's my friend, but because I believe in a lot of what she's doing, and she's got a passion to just make a difference in the community.
Your name came up there, of course, as one of the key sponsors of tonight's event, and you're also a practitioner in the medical world. Tell us a little bit more about dementia and what do you want people really know about dementia?
Dementia is like living in a bubble where you are totally alienated from the rest of the world. You are living in your head, and there are various levels to dementia. There's mild, moderate, and severe dementia. And it's a progressive condition. And with the right kind of support, many people can live through dementia. But unfortunately, where we've come from, dementia is not well recognized, but it's beginning to get recognized. And Dr. Agnes has brought this out in her book so perfectly to make people understand that there's no stigma behind dementia. We have to understand it's real, and we have to be able to support people going through dementia, and also the carers of dementia, because the greatest burden is on them.
I haven't read the book, but you probably have a sense of what people should expect as far as the knowledge that is contained in that book.
Yeah.
Can you give us a sense or just a peek of what you think should be in a book such as this one?
This book is almost, I'll say, it's complete, because it looks at it from multi-dimensions. She looks at it as a doctor, as a physician. She looks at it as a carer. She looks at it also as a daughter of somebody suffering from dementia. These are very great perspectives of understanding what dementia is. And she expertly brings in her knowledge to help people understand how to navigate the situation. Perhaps, a few things might be done differently, in that for people that are new to this community, we will need to get some of the helplines, to understand where to seek the help. And she has done that really well by signposting people to the Alzheimer Society, where people can look and get the kind of help that they really would need.
You talked about lack of awareness and some people seeing it as a stigma. Do you think in today's world and time, people should actually be worried about when you're feeling this way? But otherwise, what would be your prescription, your advice to people who probably going through dementia without even knowing?
I think the most important thing is to be quite willing and desirous to speak openly about it, because they say a problem shared is a problem half solved, right? So once you're able to talk to people about it, speak to your physician, speak to the right people that can help you, and you can get the right help to slow down the progress of the dementia. Right now, there's a lot of research going on regarding dementia, and perhaps one day might even have a cure of perhaps stopping dementia, the progress of it, or even completely eliminating dementia. We don't know if that's ever going to happen, but people are working hard, and I'm really glad that Dr. Agnes has also set up a committee called Dr. D.K. Mike Society. I'm also pleased to say I'm a board of director of that particular organization, and the whole idea is for us to be able to work together to help people through suffering from dementia, and just help people understand dementia, how to get help, and how to just sensitize people to take away the stigma from that.
Honestly speaking, that gives us a lot of hope and expectation that someday there would be a breakthrough on managing dementia. Thank you so much, Dr. Alex, for sharing your thoughts. Hope to see you more of you.
Thank you for having me.
Take care.
Thank you.
Bye. All right, you heard it there. Dr. Alex Emazium is a very key person as far as tonight's event, and we're looking forward to having more people within the practice to speak to our viewers more around how to recognize, how to manage, and everything around dementia. Don't go away, I'll be right back. No, you did great, and that's why we kept it basic.
Thank you. I hope you're enjoying your meal. So if we have vegetarians amongst us, we made arrangements for you. Could kindly please, we want everyone to please have something. So we have space, we have something for vegetarians. Thank you. As we eat our food, we have some videos we want you to please watch. Thank you. Let's go.
Did you know that up to 40% of dementia cases can be prevented by addressing modifiable risk factors? My name is Dr. Agnes and I'm here with my family. I am a family medicine physician and I'm here to empower you with knowledge and to inspire hope and to share my journey of love, resilience and fighting back against dementia. Because together we can rewrite the story of brain health. Dementia is a term that we use for several diseases that affect our memory, our thinking, and the ability to perform daily activities. According to World Health Organization, there are nearly 55 million people living with dementia globally, as well as these cases grow by nearly 10 million new cases each year. Alzheimer's is the most common form of dementia, and it accounts for about 60 to 70% of all dementia cases. According to Alzheimer Society of Canada, there are 10 steps you can take to reduce your risk of developing dementia. Number 1, staying physically active. Number 2 is protecting your brain from traumatic brain injuries as well as concussion. Number 3 is protecting your hearing. Number 4 is taking care of your mental health. Number 5 is protecting your heart, monitoring your blood pressure. Number 6 is managing medical conditions. Number 7 is reducing your intake of alcohol. Number 8 is smoking cessation. Number 9 is staying socially connected. And number 10 is prioritizing good quality sleep. I wrote this book titled Michael's Memories from a dual perspective as a family physician as well as a caregiver and a daughter. This book is based on my lived experience with my father's dementia. Now, my father's dementia journey was a challenging, traumatic, yet transformative experience of my life. I remember vividly well when my dad wandered off in the UK while I was his caregiver. I felt overwhelmed. I was heartbroken. And I questioned whether I had failed him somehow. But it's in moments like this that, I learned about love, resilience, and the power and importance of community. My book aims to raise dementia awareness and to empower you with the knowledge to understand the risk factors of dementia and how you can mitigate them, and how you can support those living with dementia and their care partners. Because dementia doesn't just affect individuals, it impacts families as well as the entire community. Michael's Memories is out now on all major platforms, and you can grab yourself a copy. I hope to see you at any of my book signing events and functions. In the meantime, keep striving to become the best version of yourself, and let's create a more supportive, inclusive, and informed society. Dementia has a significant and growing influence on a global scale. As populations continue to age, it is becoming increasingly common for people to suffer from dementia, which places a growing load on healthcare systems and communities. In certain societies, dementia is regarded with compassion and reverence for the wisdom that comes with age. Yet, stigma and dread may cast a lengthy shadow over the condition in others. Why did I write my book? Dementia is a term for several diseases that affect memory, thinking, and the ability to perform daily activities. According to World Health Organization, over 55 million people globally are living with dementia. And this number grows by nearly 10 million new cases every year. Alzheimer's disease is the most common form of dementia, and it contributes to 60 to 70% of all dementia cases, a form of dementia my dad was diagnosed with. My book is not just a call to action, it's a beacon of hope dedicated to breaking the stigma surrounding dementia, especially in underserved communities, for example, the Black African populations. It advocates for better support and resources and provides resilience to caregivers and those affected by dementia. My book also explores the socioeconomic factors that may have contributed to my father's condition, highlights challenges in caregiving, and emphasizes that love and meaningful connections can still exist despite dementia. Through this, I aim to educate, inspire, and advocate for dementia awareness and prevention, while fostering a greater understanding of the disease in diverse communities. Thanks for watching. My book is now available. You can purchase it from Freezing Press Store and Ingram's Global Network. Follow me on all my social media platforms, Talk with Dr. Agnes, and I'll see you in the next reel. I'll be sharing ways to reduce your risk of dementia. See you soon. Dementia is an emotional roller coaster that fluctuates between extreme sorrow and unexpected happiness. The sadness of realizing that a loved one no longer remembers your name is juxtaposed against the warmth of their smile when you enter a room. It is the exasperation of hearing the same story for the uptenth time and the pleasure of appreciating the moments of recognition. In my book, titled Michael's Memories, I wrote about the everyday challenges of dementia caregiving, how it truly feels like an emotional roller coaster. I've also shared this particular story on the Defy Dementia podcast during an episode on well-being. On this day, everything felt like chaos. My dad refused breakfast, refused to shower, and his adult diaper was soaked. I needed to change him, but he refused. He resisted. He became agitated, even confrontational. I had barely slept the night before, and I was mentally and physically drained. It was just one of those days. I stepped away. I went to the living room, sat on the floor with my hands over my head, and tears streamed down my face. I was exhausted. I closed my eyes, took deep breaths, and looked up to God for strength. Something nudged me to play his favorite music, Chief Osita Osadebe Otsondio Wende, the iconic Nigerian Igbo highlight legend. To my surprise, my dad started tapping his fingers on the side of the table, humming along, and then he jumped up and began dancing, smiling wildly. The atmosphere transformed. A moment of despair turned into light, laughter, and connection. We held hands and danced together until he got tired. And guess what? He allowed me to change him, finished his breakfast, showered, and slept peacefully. That moment reminded me of the power of presence, of being intentional. Music reached my dad when nothing else could. So, to every caregiver out there, every day brings its own set of challenges. Take it one step, one breath at a time. You've got this. And please don't hesitate to ask for help. You are not alone. Thank you for your time and interest. My book is now available. Grab your copy from the Freezing Press store and Ingram's Global Network. Follow me on all my social media platforms, Talk with Dr. Agnes, and I'll see you in the next reel where I will share more insights from my book. See you soon.
Ladies and gentlemen, if your hands are not so busy, can we appreciate Dr. Agnes Chinelo? And now we're about to move straight to getting remarks from our keynote speakers for today. I'm not in the best position to do that. I'd like to bring up an amazing Dr. Maria as she takes over this time. Sis, your time starts now.
Thank you. All right. I hope we're all enjoying this amazing dinner. We have some very amazing speakers lined up for us tonight. So our first speaker is a clinical pharmacist, and I'm going to read his bio really quickly. Fadi Faltas is an accomplished pharmacy manager at Lawton's Drugs in Bedford, Nova Scotia. With over 20 years of experience, he is passionate about enhancing the role of pharmacists in healthcare, particularly in chronic disease management, immunization services, and smoking cessation. Fadi has led initiatives such as the innovative Pharmacist Walk-in Clinic at Lawton's Mill Cove, which treats minor ailments, orders labs for chronic disease management, and optimizes patient care. Under his leadership, the Mill Cove location has immunized tens of thousands of Nova Scotians through the pandemic and beyond. Fadi values collaboration with physicians and believes that teamwork and respect among healthcare professionals lead to better patient outcomes. He is also a dedicated mentor, guiding pharmacy students and interns to shape the next generation of healthcare providers. In addition to his professional achievements, Fadi is a proud husband to pharmacist Rainier Faltas. I apologize if I'm not pronouncing the last name correctly, and a devoted father to two children, Anthony and Juliana. The family is completed by their dog, Pharaoh, named in honor of Fadi's Egyptian heritage. He is also an active community member, serving as a sub-deacon at St. Mina's Coptic Orthodox Church. His contributions have been recognized with several awards, including the Queen Mary II Platinum Jubilee Medal and the Sobeys Retail Impact Award for his leadership during the pandemic. Please join me in welcoming Fadi Faltas. How do you say it? Thank you. Thank you.
No, you didn't do a really bad job there. No, that's good. I usually get Freddie. I get Frank. I once got Tardy. I don't know how that came about, but anyways, before I start, I just realized there's probably a lot of Nigerian football or Nigerian soccer fans here. All right, am I right? Okay. JJ Okocha? Yeah, okay. How about, I was 14 years old, and I remember Rashidi Akini scoring a goal and just shaking the net. Yeah, yeah, but my favorite Nigerian soccer player is actually Emmanuel Amunike. You guys know? All right. Because he played for Zamalek in Egypt. Yeah, great. So Nigerian soccer fans, I'm sorry for Egypt defeating you a couple of times along the way. I'm sorry about that. All right, let's go. All right. I guess we'll just wait for the presentation to come up. There we go. Okay, so I'm here to talk about community pharmacy services. Now, how many people here have used their pharmacist for services within the last year? Show of hands. Okay, there you go. Another question, sorry. How many people here work healthcare? Okay. Not bad, not bad, okay. Yeah, I think the latest statistic is that at 2030, we'll have probably about 1 in 3 will have to be caring for an elderly parent, or at least be working in long-term care or in healthcare one way or the other. So that leads to basically a growing demand because of an aging population. They call it the Great Tsunami, if you haven't heard that term. This Great Tsunami will come with a lot of medical conditions, as we know, that come with our seniors, and a shrinking workforce with less doctors, less nurses, less pharmacists as well. Now, our emergency rooms and walk-in clinic services seem to be providing more primary care, but it is something that I have to say has definitely improved within the last couple of years. And the minister definitely have to commend Premier Houston for all his hard work attempting to fix healthcare. It's a harder job than one thinks, definitely. Especially when you have 44% of Canadians, there we go, over the age of 20 live with chronic diseases, and that number increases as age progresses. 89% of deaths in Canada are linked with chronic disease, and that's a staggering $80 billion annually. $80 billion. So one can only imagine, basically, when we're talking about over 44% of Canadians over the age of 20. I think there's probably a lot more of us here over the age of 20. So that's basically almost all of us here. 89% of deaths in Canada because of chronic diseases. That's almost all of us here. And $80 billion, guess who's paying for that? All of us here. So one way or the other, we're all paying for this. Now, as far of the healthcare system transformation that's being attempted right now, there's interprofessional collaboration. So that means pharmacists working with doctors, doctors working with nurses, doctors working with physiotherapists. And I have to commend Dr. Agnes for one thing. Dr. Agnes started working above my location at Lawton Strug's Mill Cove. And I remember having, the normal sit down from a pharmacy manager trying to, smooth talk a doctor to just try to get more prescriptions. But I did value that Dr. Agnes viewed me as a colleague. And we would talk often and collaborate and talk about patients and try to reach definitely better patient outcomes. So we do know that our primary care system has to be redesigned and become more patient-centric. And definitely there's a lot of work being done with removing some barriers, which include certain projects like One Patient, One Record. I spend a lot of time talking to patients, trying to piece together their medical history And there's a lot of time that can certainly be saved if everybody has access. And this slide is for the nerds here. For references, I was told, I showed this presentation to my colleagues at work. It's like, oh, you forgot to put the references. I'm like, okay, here we are. Now, one thing that I will mention is that the COVID-19 pandemic was definitely a rough experience, but there were some positives that came out of that pandemic. And it forced innovation on us to have to try to do things differently. And it does show that when there's a will, there's a way. So when we had healthcare practitioners that were willing to collaborate, patients were willing to cooperate, and the government was willing to fund. So when there's a will, there's a way, when everybody collaborates together. Now, as most of you are familiar with some of the pharmacist services, including medication reviews and management, drug substitutions, for example, drugs are short, insurance don't cover things, and the pharmacist can definitely step in. Adaptations when necessary, prescribing for conditions, etc. But one of the things that you probably don't recognize and don't realize is pharmacists and pharmacies in general maintain patients' records almost continuously through their lifetime, and it's the most accessible record out there. And definitely with that being linked into the drug information system, it's accessible for everybody. Immunizations, I'm sure everybody here has had a flu shot or a COVID shot at a pharmacy. And while there are many things that pharmacists can do, there are only very few provinces that actually fund those services. And I'm proud as a Nova Scotia pharmacist to say that in Nova Scotia, pharmacies are definitely starting to see more funding coming from government and provincial funding, when in the past it was really difficult to try to convince people to pay for something they needed just because there was no funding for it. So, pharmacist-led clinics. What are pharmacist-led clinics? I was just chatting with Mona Chowdhury, Dr. Chowdhury, and just letting her know that I manage a store, a pharmacy, and a clinic where we have 25 people now. That includes pharmacists, obviously, pharmacy assistants, registered pharmacist technicians. That is a new role, so the pharmacist is able to continue and deliver more clinical services, but also LPNs, nurses, RNs, and admin staff as well. Now, the current pilots are funded, and they have been serving a lot of unattached patients, patients that don't have physicians, and including also chronic disease management for the main chronic conditions. And also doing some point-of-care testing. So how many people here have had a strep test at a pharmacist-led clinic? Probably not the demographic. Oh, there you go. Okay. Perfect. So, enough talking about myself or what I do. I just wanted to talk about 3 imaginary patients here. Now, they may be imaginary, they may be real, but we'll never know. Let's patient Jane Smith here. Patient Jane Smith is a 59-year-old female. She's very nice, she's got a lot of pets. She's been off work for several years and doesn't have a physician. She's on over 12 medications, including an unusually high dose of a diuretic. And there's no clear indication for that diuretic, and has had fainting spells that led to orthopedic surgeries, etc. So Jane came to see us at the pharmacist's clinic, and basically it starts with the ask, renewing medications. I'd like to get my medications. But that's not what we do. We just don't write prescriptions without any reasons. After looking at the medication history and reviewing hospital charts and specialist communications available, it was determined that one of the medications was the main cause of basically all her fainting spells and needed to be modified. Now, I'm very happy to say that that patient, after 2 years of being followed in the pharmacist walk-in clinic, has just recently has gotten a family doctor, which is awesome. But during the last 2 years, I'm sure that by addressing some of those medication-related problems and being able to have funded services to fund that, we definitely saved someone from developing some chronic conditions, or worse yet, some worse outcomes. Okay, patient Elizabeth Smith, 92-year-old. So, minister, you should probably pay attention to this one. 92-year-old female residing at an assisted living facility. So assisted living facilities are becoming more popular. They don't need full service, but they just require a little bit of help. And she lives on her own. Her family is supportive. She only has 3 medications, doesn't have a doctor, and doesn't really need a lot of help, but can't go into full nursing home services because she doesn't fit a lot of the criteria, and it's a bit cost prohibitive, and is now concerned that her memory is starting to fail. And because a fellow resident fell in their unit, she saw that things went downhill from there. I definitely experienced that myself. When my father had a fall, it definitely was the start of a lot of worsening in his medical conditions. Now, at first, this lovely, lovely lady, all she needs is just a renewal of 3 medications. But after looking at the 3 medications, it was determined that she was using one of the medications. It belongs to a group called the benzodiazepines, and it's generally discouraged over the age for our seniors. And she believed that that was calming her mood and reducing her blood pressure. And when I mentioned that perhaps that contributed to her memory lapses, she was relieved, and she did not need that medication again. And I'm glad to say that she's off that medication. Now, doctors are a little bit divided on whether benzodiazepines, which is a class of medications, can sometimes affect and increase risk of dementia. But most people, when they know that there is a possibility of that, are very happy not to use the medication anymore. So in this case, it was just education and simply just someone looking at the medications and determining whether this was necessary or not. And also reducing the frequent visits to the washroom, where she could have had a fall as well. Okay, patient Ronald McDonald, the Ronald McDonald. So patient Ronald McDonald, you probably have seen lots of people that fit that same criteria. Very active senior citizen, 77-year-old, lives in a retirement condo building. Likes to ride his motorcycle. Tried to quit smoking, but unfortunately in the process started to overuse some of the smoking cessation aids. Has had 3 doctors that left the province, unfortunately, and continues to feel dizzy. Now, of course, when we saw him, he was looking for renewal of medications. But after looking at medication history and ordering lab work, it was determined that he was almost pre-diabetic. It was also his blood pressure was low, and contributing to to dizziness, and also he was at risk of other chronic conditions. Now that he knows that he's pre-diabetic after testing, he knows to stay away from cookies. That's all that was needed. A little bit of education and a little bit of one-on-one time. Now, I don't think the numbers are going to be very visible on here, but in the area where I reside and where I practice, in the Bedford-Sackville area, back in October, and I think that number has definitely gone down. There's about 22,900, roughly 23,000 people without a primary care provider. And with the good work that has been done, there has been some alternatives to that. And I'm very happy to say that of all those alternatives, the services of the primary care clinics, the pharmacy primary care clinics have definitely been impactful, and it shows with the numbers of almost 20,000 visits and out of 87,000 from a total of all the different initiatives. Now this is what our clinic looks like, just for people to know. It's not in the pharmacy, it's on our second floor, and we have a little bit more time to interact with patients, and patients were definitely happy with that type of setting. Some of the things we do, definitely some testing, trying to prevent diabetes, one of the conditions that can definitely cause and contribute to dementia, as well as hypertension, and also preventing illnesses like through immunizations. Do you like my array of vaccines? Yeah, that was a tough time during the pandemic. All right, so I'm just going to open it up to questions. Anyone that has questions regarding anything, Nigerian soccer included. You can quiz me. All right, sir.
How long would you be able to follow the patient with no family doctor? Did you get the question?
So the question there was, how long can we follow a patient without a family doctor? We can follow them whether they have a family doctor or not. Our services are available for everybody. It's not a clinic that has a roster. We are available for everybody. And that same thing goes for all, I think there are probably around 50 community pharmacy primary care clinics around the province and in communities, in small rural communities as well. Yes? Can we send a referral? Very good question. Currently not, but we can collaborate with nurse practitioners that Nova Scotia Health has provided within chronic diseases such as diabetes and cardiovascular conditions, and then reach a referral, but not to other specialties. However, there is work that is being done on that. Any questions as well? Any other questions? Come on, I'm sure you have questions.
I think they will send a message to you, yeah.
Are we good?
Yes, sir.
All right. Thank you very much. Thank you, Dr. Agnes. Congratulations on the book. Congratulations on everything. And I'm truly honored to be here. Thank you.
Ladies and gentlemen, please put your hand up for Fadi. Thank you so much.
All right, so that was an amazing presentation. So we're going to move right along to the next keynote speaker, Dr. Muna Chowdhury. So Dr. Chowdhury has been practicing as a family physician since 2008 with special expertise in psychotherapy and physician wellness. Her passion for this field is not just professional, it is personal. She is continuously exploring what it means to be well, always learning, growing, and integrating both introspective work and evidence-informed research into her clinical practice. In addition to her clinical work, Dr. Chaudhry is a dedicated teacher and assistant professor in the Department of Family Medicine at Dalhousie University, where she educates medical students, residents, and fellow physicians on a wide range of topics. Through her teaching, she nurtures the next generation of healthcare professionals, fostering not only clinical excellence, but also a deep understanding of wellness, mental health, and the human aspects of medicine. Dr. Chaudhry also plays a vital role in supporting her colleagues, serving as the peer counselor for physicians in crisis. She provides a safe and compassionate space for physicians struggling with burnout, stress, and mental health challenges, offering guidance and solidarity to those navigating the demanding realities of medicine. As an immigrant settler in Halifax and a member of a minority community from Bangladesh, Dr. Chaudhry understands firsthand the impact of systemic barriers and discrimination. She has dedicated much of her work to supporting disenfranchised individuals, both her patients and the broader communities she serves. Through advocacy, education, and compassionate care, she strives to address social determinants of health and promote equitable access to wellness for all. Dr. Chaudhry is also a strong proponent of the One Health philosophy, recognizing the deep interconnections between human, animal, and environmental health. She advocates for the importance of spirituality and connecting with nature as fundamental aspects of well-being, emphasizing the true wellness extends beyond the individual to the world around us. Beyond her professional life, Dr. Chaudhry finds joy and wellness in traveling and creating new memories with her family. This personal time serves as a vital source of balance, connection, and renewal for her, reinforcing the very principles of well-being that she teaches and practices. Tonight, she brings her wealth of knowledge and experience to us, sharing insights that will inspire reflection, resilience, and meaningful action. Please join me in welcoming Dr. Chaudhry. Thank you.
Good evening, everyone. Thank you so much, Dr. Agnes, for allowing me to have this opportunity to speak at your amazing event. I remember the first time Dr. Agnes and I connected about this event, I could see the passion and the joy with which she spoke about her father and his impact on who she had become. And I'm just so honored to be part of this journey, so thank you. Okay, so I'm going to point it there. Oh. Anyhow. Back and back. Okay, great. Okay. Thank you, Eldon. Resilience in the journey. So I'm going to talk about how to uplift the caregivers among us. Before we start, just a show of hands. How many of us here are parents? Right. Healthcare providers, you can keep your hands raised. Caregivers in any aspect, right? Okay. So, yeah, all of the above. Okay, so yes, hopefully you'll find something useful in our talk today. And let's get started. Okay. So I'm going to start with a story. I'm a mother of twins. They're 12 now. But when they had just turned a year old, and this was while I was living in Toronto, I chose to go back to work. Our days were long. They started really early. I'd wake up at 6, feed my kids, get them dressed, drop them off at daycare, take the streetcar and the subway, commute an hour to get to work, see my patients, pick up groceries, commute an hour and a bit back, pick up my kids, go home, and that's when the real work began, right? But this would happen day in and day out. And I remember at that time, I never really gave myself an opportunity to really think about what I was going through on a daily basis, because I knew if I sat down and thought about it, I'd get so overwhelmed, I don't know if I'd be able to pick up and keep going. So I just kept everything in and just kept going because it seemed like it was working. Until one day, when I was in the office and I was going into the clinical waiting room to pick up my next patient, as I was walking down the hall, I realized that I couldn't walk straight. I kept walking into the wall. And then I also at that moment realized I had the worst headache of my life in the back of my neck, and my neck was so stiff I couldn't turn left or right. Now, clinically speaking, some of the things we would worry about in these situations are stroke or an intracranial bleed. But what I was going through my mind was, if I had to go to emerge, who would pick up my kids? Thankfully, I had a lovely nurse practitioner colleague who was clearly more level-headed than me. And she said, listen, Muna, we're going to go to emerge right away. And thankfully, the best place if you were going to have a stroke or a bleed in Toronto, the best place to be was Toronto Western Hospital, which was just up the block from where we practiced. So you got in a cab, called my husband, he met me there. The nurse handed me over to the doctor, and he just took me in for a CT. All the while, I'm looking at my clock saying, okay, well, you know, it's 10 o'clock. I have 6 hours until I have to be at the kids' daycare. Thankfully, you know, here I am, knock on wood. I did not have a stroke or bleed. And I was like, okay, let's go home now. And my husband's like, wait a minute, we are going to go home, but you're going to take the next 3 or 4 days off just to recover. I was like, why? I'm fine. Everything's fine. I don't know what the big deal is. But he was much wiser than me, and sure, fine, happily take those few days off. There's a lot of work to be done around the house anyway, right? So anyhow. And then, so off we went, carried on. Life was fine, life was busy. COVID happened, and we moved to Halifax. I'm originally from Halifax. We're moving back home. It was great. Over those 5, 7 years, I started to explore more and more about wellness, about the effects of chronic stress and burnout on the body, on the mind. I became a yoga teacher, so I started to incorporate some of those learnings. And this is very important because a few months into my practice here, this was during COVID in 2021, I was in a new location, in a solo practice, didn't really know how the system here worked, didn't really have a mentor to kind of show me who to refer to, how to even fill out a blood work rec properly, so it was very challenging. A few months into that setting, I started to wake up in the middle of the night with chest pain, a racing heart, and shortness of breath. Now, I knew my blood pressure was fine. It certainly can't be a heart attack. If I was exercising and this happened, okay, fine, maybe. But yeah. But this time, I had the wisdom to know that my body was telling me something. And things had to change. I couldn't keep working like this and burning myself to the ground. And then we made some big changes, and here we are today. I'm going to share some of that with you today. So I wanted to point out this picture. We're always juggling lots of things, right? Picking up groceries, dropping kids off to hockey, meeting up with friends for coffee, all sorts of things. Our lists are never ending, they're super long, and they just don't seem to be getting any shorter. Sometimes I add drink coffee to my to-do list, so it looks like I've accomplished something, right? This is not sustainable. We're not meant to be working on overdrive like this for this prolonged period of time. And there is a risk, and that's burnout. So burnout is actually an occupational entity, let's say. The World Health Organization said it's occupational, and I would argue that caregiving, we don't get paid for it, but is an occupation to some extent, right? And how do we feel when we're experiencing burnout? There could be, physical symptoms like backaches and headaches and pain and GI symptoms, which is like, diarrhea and heartburn and such. Sometimes we start to withdraw from others, from our families, from work. Sometimes we might be using substances to cope, right? So these are all signs of burnout. There are three main categories that we look at. The first one is emotional exhaustion. So it's the fatigue that comes with caring too much for too long. Cynicism and detachment, right? Losing that empathy, that compassion that we have towards others, towards ourselves even. And decreased sense of accomplishment. So even if we're doing great work, there's just no kind of sense that we're actually going anywhere, getting anywhere, or accomplishing anything. Some thoughts and feelings, right? Anger, shame, guilt, irritability, fear, rage, maybe thoughts of wanting to hurt ourselves or others. And the body, can't forget the body. The body also reacts to this chronic stress. The body holds this trauma, okay? So the adrenaline is pumping, cortisol is pumping. Cortisol is a hormone, can cause different sorts of hormonal imbalances. Palpitations and that kind of shortness of breath that I had experienced, headaches, body pain, indigestion. These are all examples of how the body is also responding to this chronic stress. So Gabor Mate, he's a traumatologist and a physician, Canadian, and he says, the physiology of stress eats away at our bodies, not because it has outlived its usefulness, but because we may no longer have the competence to recognize its signals, okay? We are not aware of what this burnout is doing to our body. We think this is the normal way to be, okay? So now I don't know how many of you have watched like those nature documentaries, but once an antelope escapes a predator, say a cheetah, once it's in a safe environment, what's the first thing it does? Does. Okay. And so does. Anyhow, does. Right? What's the first thing it does? It shakes. It shakes its entire body. And the reason for that is because it's burning off the excess cortisol, it's releasing the muscle tension, and it's just achieving balance again, homeostasis. What do we do if we're under burnout or chronic stress? Yeah. Sorry, what was that? Take a drink. That's right. We hold it in. We tighten up, right? And we find other ways to soothe. Okay? So the animals are wise. We have much to learn from them. So people always ask me, how do I know if I'm burnt out? And I, as a physician, I like evidence-based things. So there's the Maslow burnout inventory. You can take it, but basically it looks at those three aspects we talked about, emotional exhaustion, cynicism, detachment, and then this decreased sense of achievement, okay? And then also, it talks about kind of physical symptoms and other things. And, People also ask me, why don't we seek out help? Like if we know we're burnt out, well, maybe we don't. So first step is awareness and acknowledging that maybe there's something going on. And then time, right? We're already so busy doing so many other things. I don't have time to go see a doctor. I don't have time to go to a pharmacy clinic. I'm just going to keep going. That's what I did when I was back in Toronto, right? Even though I had to go to the Emerge because of these symptoms, I just suppressed it and I just kept going. I didn't have time to address it. And then stigma. That's a big one, right? What if people know that we can't cope? Or what if people find out that, I'm struggling? Will they think I'm weak? Will they judge me? And then there are consequences, right? So some symptoms can surface quickly and then we can address them. But most become long-term crisis reactions, which we might address through using substances. It can affect our relationships. We may not show up at work or at functions, and can even lead to formal mental health diagnosis of anxiety, depression, and other psychiatric diagnoses. So there's some serious consequences. So what can we do about it? Right? Let's talk about some of the things that are in our control. So we're going to go over some of these today. Prioritize the basics. Same things as healthcare practitioners we tell our patients, same things as parents we tell our kids. We need to do ourselves. Let's start with sleep and rest. It's so important, as we know. This is when our body is healing, fighting off all sorts of bugs, consolidating new memories. But this is one of the first things to go when we're busy because we feel like we're not being productive. I would argue the opposite. Water, healthy diet. Makes sense, right? How can we expect our body to function well if we're not putting in the right fuel? But once again, I'm guilty of not drinking enough water when I'm at work, 100%. And yeah, sometimes I skip lunch because I just don't have time. But we need to make sure that this becomes a priority over our work. Deep breathing, meditation, grounding, reflecting inwards, exercise. So exercise, has so many benefits. It helps tone our muscles, it helps strengthen our bones. It also releases some neurochemicals, serotonin, dopamine, and these chemicals naturally help us feel good. In fact, if some people have psychiatric diagnosis, some of the medications that are prescribed are to enhance the release of these chemicals, which we can do to some extent by exercising. And sunshine. Yes, vitamin D feels good. Vitamin D is important. Sunshine and the warmth feels good. The reason why I put that on there was just to talk a little bit about this Japanese concept called Shinron Yoku. So Shinron means forest, and Yoku means bathing, forest bathing. So Japanese have done a lot of research in this area. They found that if we spend up to 30 minutes in mature evergreen forests, the cortisol level in our blood decreases. So this is the benefit of spending time in nature. There's a connection there. We are animals. At the end of the day, we cannot separate ourselves from our environment. Let's use it to our benefit. And the beautiful thing about Nova Scotia is we have access to lots of beautiful green space. We're very fortunate to have that. So let's make use of that. Set boundaries, right? If it's okay to say no or to delegate if we feel like there's just a little too much on our plate. Give ourselves the permission to do that. It's okay to take a break. It's not a sign of weakness, okay? Gary Tron is talking to his therapist. He says, but like with all the requests from people, I don't have time for me. So his therapist says, Gary Tron, you need to set up some boundaries. And he sure does with his barbed wire fence and all of that. Now, we don't have to go to that extent, but we do, just have some distance, just create that space. Stephen Porges is a neuroscientist based out of the States, and he did a lot of work on this concept called the polyvagal theory of stress. So when we're stressed, there's an inflammatory response going on, cortisol's pumping, right? And all sorts of harm is being done if the stress is prolonged, because that's not the way our body's meant to be. Now, we also have this system called the parasympathetic nervous system. And by activating that, we're able to counteract the effects of the stress response by promoting relaxation and anti-inflammatory responses. How do we do that? How do we manage stress? Well, lots of ways. We all have our own ways, right? And I'd encourage you to remember to do that and build it into your routine. But some of these ones are also kind of evidence-based. So there's the mindfulness and meditation. So, reflecting inwards, looking at things to be grateful for, which we'll go into shortly. Journaling. Journaling is great because it takes all those worries that are kind of cycling in our mind and puts it down on paper. And then it doesn't seem so overwhelming. And deep breathing exercises. The breath is so important. The breath is what helps us bring in oxygen, right? We know that. And release carbon dioxide, which is waste products. We know that. And once we're under stress, we start to breathe shallow, and this creates a near hypoxemic state, which triggers our brain to be nervous and worried, and it's a self-prophecy. So deep breathing helps us break that cycle, and when it brings the oxygen back in, helps oxygen circulate to the brain, to the muscles, and release that excess carbon dioxide. Inhale, exhale. Inhale, exhale. Inhale, exhale. Life is good. Seeking support, whether it's family, friends, our healthcare providers. And maybe it means if we don't have people around, and if we have some financial resources, perhaps putting our loved ones in a safe space so we can just take a moment to recharge and connect. That's not a picture of me, by the way, but I do play the violin. Connect with myself. What brings me joy? So it took me, after high school was super busy, med school was super busy, residency was super busy, work, and then kids. So it took me about 20 years to remember what actually brought me joy. I was so disconnected from it because I just never had a moment to think about it for so long. So the violin is one of the music brings me joy, right? So I would encourage you to reconnect with what brought you joy as a child. The violin's been with me for 32 years, longer than a lot of my relationships, so yeah. Connect with others, community. So we're social creatures, we know that. We only needed to experience COVID and see the devastating effects that isolation had on all of our physical and mental health, okay? And not only that, when we are in a safe space connecting with people and enjoying that connection, our bodies release oxytocin, and this hormone helps us feel better. It makes us happy. It makes us bond and connect on a biochemical level with other people. And connect with purpose, spirituality, whatever that may mean to you. But connecting with a greater purpose takes it away from just being about me, and it really does lighten sometimes the burdens that I might be having. There's a greater purpose. And gratitude, practicing gratitude. So studies have shown that if we write down 3 things that we're grateful for every night, we can't just think about them, we actually have to write them down. It does improve our sense of wellness. Other ways to practice gratitude could be sharing with others. It could be introspective reflections through meditation or prayer. Perfection is overrated. Let's practice some self-compassion. Kristen Neff, she's a psychologist out of the US. She's done a lot of work around this, and she kind of took these elements from a Buddhist philosophy. So she looks at self-compassion as being comprised of 3 main things. The first one is self-kindness. Okay? So if a friend had a bad day or made a mistake, we'd probably tell them, it's okay, don't worry about it. Everyone makes mistakes. You'll be okay. But if we make the same mistake, I shouldn't say we, if I make the same mistake, I would say, you should have known better. How could you do that? What's wrong with you? But why? Why would we be so much more harder on ourselves, right? So let's practice some self-kindness. The second element she talks about is common humanity. We're all human. We all make mistakes. We all share pain. We all share joy. We all share happiness. Go to a sports event, and if your favorite team wins, whether you're with a stranger or with your loved ones, we're all bonded in that moment, right? Common humanity. And the third thing she talks about is mindfulness. So stop making up for being you. Change from saying, I feel so inadequate, to I'm enough. Okay? We're all enough. You're all enough. So if there could be just one thing you could take away from this, it would be just to implement one thing. Maybe it's making sure you get enough sleep. Maybe it's making sure you're drinking enough water, or writing down 3 things before you go to bed at night that you're thankful for. Whatever it is. And that's how we would start the change. It's just with one thing at a time. Pick something that you're probably going to be able to do in your busy schedules, busy days, busy lives, and then build from there, okay? You got this. Any questions? Thank you again, Dr. Agnes, for giving me this opportunity. I appreciate it. Thank you for all your work.
Ladies and gentlemen, let's put our hand together for Dr. Mona. Thank you so much. Just to be sure, are you Dr. Mona Chi or Dr. Yeah? It's, because Dr. Mona is an Igbo name, actually. Oh, really? Mona Chi, so you are with God, yeah. So we need to, you need to check that you are from our father's land, yeah. Let's appreciate Dr. Mona. Thank you so much. Yes, please come. And just to be sure, we want us to please kindly take pictures and let people know that you were here today. Please kindly take pictures and use the hashtag. While you're about to read use the hashtag, and also, follow us on our social platforms so that you can tag us and probably you could read. Do you have lights there? Okay. Because of time, we'll try to maximize time. Yeah, we'll try to maximize. Yeah, your time starts. Dr. Maria, your time starts now.
Perfect. So our third speaker is Dr. Vincent Adrapong. Dr. Ajapong is a professor of psychiatry and global mental health and the head of Department of Psychiatry at Dalhousie University. He also serves as the clinical chief of psychiatry for Nova Scotia Health Authority's Central Zone. Dr. Ajapong holds 2 doctorate degrees, a research MD in psychiatry and a PhD in global mental health, both awarded by the University of Dublin, Trinity College in Ireland. He was also awarded a Certificate of Completion of Specialist Training by the College of Psychiatrists of Ireland, and he has earned multiple fellowships from the Royal College of Physicians of Canada, the Royal Society of Medicine in the UK, the Royal Academy of Medicine in Ireland, the American Psychiatric Association, and the Royal College of Psychiatrists in the United Kingdom. Dr. Ajapong has over 200 publications in internal peer-reviewed journals and has made over 70 presentations at national and international conferences in 20 countries across 5 continents. His research focuses primarily on the mental health impacts of natural disasters, including wildfires and on health innovations that expand access to expand access to quality mental health care. His e-mental health supportive text message interventions have had over 100,000 subscribers, and he has received over $8 million in research grants, from national and international funding agencies. He has won numerous awards related to his research and community service, and in February 2019, he was honored by the Royal College of Physicians and Surgeons of Canada by being selected as one of the 6 extraordinary fellows of the college. In addition, he has had the Text for Mood program, his brainchild, recognized by the Mental Health Innovations Network, which is headquartered at the Department of Mental Health and Substance Abuse of the World Health Organization in Geneva, Switzerland. Please join me in welcoming Dr. Ajapong. Thank you. Oh, I did not see you coming.
Thank you. Thank you very much for the very warm introduction. I didn't supply that. I'm sure Dr. Agnes did some research and came out with that introduction. It's actually a very much my pleasure to join Dr. Agnes as she launches her unique book that's not just in memory of her dad, but really hopefully is going to help the global effort to reduce dementia. As we all know, dementia, as you've heard, can be reversible or irreversible. So if people certainly can be able to get a hand on this book and certainly learn some of the skills and the techniques, to help with the prevention effort, then that will be good. I'm throwing a challenge to Dr. Agnes. I know we are launching in Nova Scotia, and as a professor of global mental health, I think about Nova Scotia because charity always begins at home, but I always think about the bigger picture. How can we be able to scale and spread something that's good in a small context to the bigger context? So I'm throwing a challenge to you to translate the book into multiple languages so that it can be available to more people around the world. I'm waiting for the presentation to come up. Yeah, thank you very much, yeah. So Dr. Agnes asked me to speak on the subject, global mental health and dementia care. Mental health as a risk factor for dementia and strengthening prevention through early intervention and policy. I have no conflicts of interest. I've worked in a care home in Edmonton prior to moving over here to Nova Scotia 4 years ago, where I was responsible for about 60 patients. More than 70% of them really had dementia, and they interact with both the patients and their caregivers. I'm also from a country that's very unique in terms of its experiences with patients with dementia or individuals with dementia. I'm from Ghana, and you might have heard about witches' camps. Usually when you have dementia in Ghana, people think it's not a condition, it's more of a spiritual thing where people think you are bewitched by witchcraft and you probably are a curse on the family. So usually people with dementia are sent to the witch's camp because the family members really don't want to have anything to do with them. One, because of the stigma and the shame it brings to the family, and also they believe that if things are not going well for them, then those individuals with dementia are probably responsible. Because they don't have, the cognitive abilities to be able to defend themselves or really engage in meaningful conversation, they may make certain statements which are just really statements that should be treated as part of their medical condition. But people grab onto it as facts, and people suffer that way. So in terms of really what I hope to present today, just review the signs and symptoms of dementia very briefly. I don't need to, because really Dr. Agnes' videos and presentations does that with a degree of excellence. And also the epidemiology and the public health impact of dementia, and also some of the evidence that's linking mental health and dementia, and also the relationship between caregiver burden and global mental health, and how and why early intervention in dementia is important, and also the public health implications of dementia care. So what is dementia? Dementia is a slowly progressive condition. As I indicated, it can be reversible or irreversible. And whether it is reversible depends on the stage at which you realize the condition and treat it, and also what is causing the dementia. If it is caused by an irreversible condition, then it cannot be reversed. So usually Alzheimer's dementia is very slowly progressive. Not much you can do. We have HIV-related dementia, which certainly can be a reversible condition. We have alcohol-related dementia, which also, is a reversible condition. We have vascular dementia, which certainly if you control some of the risk factors, you can be able to. The most important is not a normal part of aging. So it's not as if you are going to grow till you are 100, you are definitely going to have dementia. As you're all aware, we've had people close to 80 who've just been elected presidents of their countries. So really, aging is not an indication that you are definitely. But definitely, we know that about people who are over 85 years of age, about 20 to 40% of them, would probably have the condition. So in terms of the signs and symptoms, as you can see, usually people forget, about things, they misplaced things, and a variety of other symptoms that I think are well articulated in some of Dr. Agnes' videos. In terms of the mood and behavioral changes associated with dementia, people can feel very anxious, sad, or angry about memory loss. Personality changes can occur. There can be inappropriate behavior, withdrawal from work and social activities, and being less interested in other people's emotions. Definitely, dementia is a significant public health concern. If you take the number of people who suffer from the condition, the World Health Organization estimates about 57 million people in 2021, were experiencing dementia, and you have more than 10 million, about 10 million people annually added to that list. It's the 7th leading cause of death and a major cause of dependency and disability worldwide. And approximately 5% of the general population older than 65 would actually suffer from the condition. Again, according to the WHO, the economic cost of dementia was about $1.3 trillion, and they estimate that by 2050, that cost is going to go up to about $2.8 trillion. About 50% of that cost is actually attributable to informal caregivers. So you can imagine, regardless of the profession that you are in, living with somebody that's very close to you that's experiencing dementia, your productivity in terms of your ability to go to work, the number of hours you can be able to work, and so on and so forth, is not going to be the same as if you didn't have the individual experiencing dementia. So there are a lot of modifiable risk factors, and I've highlighted some of the mental health risk factors. So we have depression, social isolation, alcohol use, and as I indicated, about 40% of dementia cases are attributable to modifiable risk factors, according to the Lancet Commission. So if we can be able to take care of these factors, then presumably we can reduce the prevalence of dementia. In terms of mental health disorders and their relationship with dementia, individuals with dementia experience a variety of mental health conditions, ranging from dementia, depression to anxiety, post-traumatic stress disorder, bipolar disorder. Usually chronic, untreated mental illness affects the brain health. It's believed that early intervention for any mental health condition always equates to better prognosis. So, for example, if you have schizophrenia or bipolar disorder and you go untreated for a long period of time, it becomes more challenging for you to be able to return to your premorbid level of functioning in terms of symptom resolution and your global functioning. Also, mental conditions are often underdiagnosed in other adults. Children, young adults, adults, and older adults always present very differently in terms of their signs and symptoms of a variety of mental health conditions. So somebody who is older, 80 years of age, in terms of their presentation with depression, may not manifest in the same way as somebody who is very fit, young adult, that's going to work. It may not easily be recognizable because for us, the younger person probably would naturally not be going to work, not be connecting with, their social network. Those who are older don't have the same level of connectivity to begin with, and therefore people may not necessarily, kind of identify those changes in them. Depression in midlife or later life has been found to double the risk of people actually having dementia. And chronic stress has been linked with brain inflammation and hippocampal atrophy. And there are studies which shows that early treatment of mental disorders actually reduce dementia risk. So if there are people who are experiencing depression and anxiety and we treat them, definitely we can be able to reduce. In terms of the evidence, there are two main or key categories of evidence that link mental health and dementia. We have the biological mechanisms and we have the psychological or lifestyle mechanisms. Dr. Chaudhry already talked about cortisol, and there's the HPA axis dysregulation. That's the hypothalamic pituitary adrenal glands. There are three glands that really help us to be able to cope with stress by releasing cortisol. So it's a very normal physiological functioning. But when stress becomes chronic and there's so much cortisol in the brain that's there for a very long period of time, then there's dysregulation, and it causes more problem. Too much of everything is always bad. So you can cope with a certain amount of stress, which actually helps you to be able to function and perform. So if you're an athlete, for example, and you are going to run a 100-meter race, suddenly just the stress, the anxiety of really performing, if it's not excessive, can be able to help you, become a winner. But if it becomes excessive, then you become very paralyzed. There are also inflammatory processes that have been identified in people with depression that have also been identified with people with Alzheimer's dementia. And also there are vascular processes. So when you have high blood pressure, you have diabetes, you have a stroke, those kind of changes certainly coupled with depression elevates your level of risk in terms of your ability to have dementia. Then there are psychological and lifestyle pathways. Dr. Chaudhry again spoke about connectivity. Social isolation and loneliness have been identified as a key risk factor for dementia. And it's also very much a key risk factor for depression as well. If you are, very much isolated and not connecting, you probably will get depression before you actually go into experience dementia. So mental illness can reduce motivation to healthy behaviors. So things like exercise that you should be able to do. People who are experiencing depression, they lose the motivation to be able to do that. So it's not just the depression, it also brings on other associated lifestyle factors. You are more likely to just want to go and grab McDonald's all the time rather than make, healthy food choices and eat McDonald's every now and again. So these are some of the studies that speak to what we described already. So this talks about the HPA axis and the connection with cortisol and association with dementia. And also this talks about the inflammatory processes that connects with both depression and also dementia. And this is a study that also talks about the vascular risk factors and the fact that people with depression have a higher tendency to actually have dementia. Also, this is a review that was published in Lancet Mental Health that also highlights that people who experience loneliness, even independent of social isolation, have a greater risk of experiencing dementia. There's also the caregiver burden. So when, in the context of global mental health, we are talking about the patient that's experiencing, the signs and symptoms and the relationship with mental health, but also the caregivers. And as you are all aware, there are so many implications to becoming a caregiver for somebody with chronic mental health, chronic diseases. All the evidence suggests that caregivers of people with dementia actually bore the brunt of the mental health burden that caregivers experience relative to other chronic diseases. And they experience more anxiety and depression symptoms than people with other chronic conditions. So what does early intervention mean and why is it important? We've already talked about modifiable risk factors. So early intervention obviously speaks to our ability to be able to address some of the modifiable risk factors for dementia, to identify those with emerging dementia symptoms very quickly, and be able to investigate and know the type of dementia that they are experiencing and whether there are any particular modifiable risk factors that can be changed in order to either slow down or prevent progression. Why it's important, definitely, as we've indicated, we can either slow down or prevent. Two, it can actually also be more cost-effective to actually help treat and support somebody with dementia compared to just allowing them to go into dementia early. And also, we can reduce the caregiver burden that people experience. So finally, in terms of the public health implications, integrating mental health into dementia prevention strategies is a key, or should be a key priority for all governments. Mental health services for aging population should be also prioritized. And the WHO has a mental health action gap program, which is very important in upscaling and increasing the number of people or the health workforce for mental health, not just dependent on specialists, but also bringing in lay people to support the work. Public awareness is important. We should integrate dementia risk reduction into primary care. Everybody that's having experiencing any health condition first go to see their primary care providers, not the specialist. So if we can be able to integrate that into it, that's going to be helpful. Also, universal health coverage to ensure access to screening and intervention. We shouldn't have a situation where elderly people who are experiencing depression would have to be waiting a very long time, to access care, or that care should not come to them at a cost, because that's going to become a barrier to people receiving the psychological interventions that potentially will be very helpful. Then we have public education campaigns about modifiable risk factors, as Dr. Chaudhry outlined. And then we should be able to train healthcare workers on early intervention strategies, invest in the longitudinal research and data collection, because we should know the prevalence of depression here in Nova Scotia so that we can be able to appropriately apportion the appropriate resources to support that. Also, adoption of intersectoral policies, linking health, education, and social services. And related to this, happy to share my department's program to actually use the power of education to support low and middle income countries and other high income countries which have under-resourced mental health personnel. So we've launched an international fellowships program which is bringing people from the Gulf states, from Africa. We've had about 6 people from Ghana, including 2 that have come in and trained in child psychiatry and 1 that's trained in geriatric psychiatry. So you can imagine a country like Ghana where if you have dementia, then you have to go to a witches camp. And really many people have actually died by being linked by the community members for being witches. And so if we can be able to use the power of education to increase the number of geriatric psychiatrists in a country like that, then certainly we are not only solving the home problems, but we are actually helping and contributing to reducing the global burden. So thank you very much, Dr. Agnes, and I hope you take me up on the challenge.
Ladies and gentlemen, please put your hand together for Professor Vincent. Thank you so much, sir, for helping us to do justice. As we begin to round off, the high points of tonight's event is to launch the book, and we're about to do that. Please don't go yet. I see some persons stood up earlier on. I have their face. I marked their face. I'm going to look for them. On the video, I will send them an invoice. Yes. I noticed that as soon as they finish eating straight, they left. But it's okay. We appreciate you. We know that you'll do justice. You'll support and make this book get to the hands of everyone, not only in Halifax, but in Canada. It's important that we talk about this. It's important for me also. I need to get one for my wife. I need to get one for my wife. My wife is the only one that had a surprise birthday for me that I paid for. I was surprised eventually. It was my birthday, but I paid for it. So I need to get one for her too, because she has someone older that needs to get this book. And another thing, in case you've not had a copy of the book, it's very exciting. When you read, you wouldn't want to put it down. So right now, please put your hands together as we bring up our author, the woman that has encountered a loving father and has come to share her story. Please put your hands together for Dr. Agnes Chinelo. Let's appreciate her. Please, you don't want to miss this last part of the event. She's going to bring up, in the course of the event, our siblings to share their journey. And I promise you, before 12 a.m., we'll be out of this place. I would have left by then. But you people, I'm sure you enjoy yourself. Yeah, Let's celebrate Dr. Agnes Chinelo. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Is this on? Can you hear me? Oh, yes.
Hello. If you come from Africa and you say story, once upon a time. So it's about, we used to have tales by moonlight. It's a story, yeah? You used to attend. So you are the ancient of days. Tales by Moonlight is about sharing the stories of tales of African folk tales under the moon. So that's what we're about to do now. We might dim the light a little because we are about to get into the moon. Yeah, she will not turn to a vampire though, but she'll be fine. We're ready.
The title of my book is Michael's Memories. The years of my father's existence were closing, and as they did, amnesia began to gather on the horizon like threatening storm clouds. Small signals came in covertly, nearly hidden from view, almost as if they were fading echoes of a distant memory. Over a few years, things that were formerly straightforward and plain, such as the names of loved ones and even familiar places, slowly disappeared. At first, these lapses were thought to be typical occurrences of forgetfulness that frequently affect a maturing mind. However, as time passed, these gaps became more prominent, increasing the uncertainty surrounding Michael's environment, which had been bright in the past. Many challenges must be navigated and conquered on the path to finding answers and a diagnosis. As a result of our family's departure from Nigeria and subsequent travels to the United Kingdom, we were required to travel across continents to undergo medical examination and investigation. Among the many challenges that stood in the way were the acceptance of a diagnosis associated with a significant level of stigma and the human desire to ignore the truth of the situation. With the growth of my father's dementia, the difficulties became increasingly challenging to manage. The once calm attitude of my father transformed, and he started to exhibit angry behavior. In contrast to the gentlemanly nature he had always possessed, this was a massive departure. These episodes, which centered on personal care, were a devastating reminder of the fundamental personality changes that dementia brings about. As time passed, traveling, formerly a leisure activity that the family enjoyed together, became increasingly difficult. During our trips, we were accompanied by restlessness, agitation, and issues linked with urinary and gastrointestinal incontinence. This contributed to the difficulties in the logistics of travel. Staying with me in the United Kingdom while undergoing tests, my father was confronted with what would be regarded as the most heartbreaking event of this adventure. One horrific night, in the grip of a violent and perplexing dementia, he managed to escape without being discovered. It was the middle of the night, and the darkness was engulfed by the frigid temperature typical of winter season in the United Kingdom. Even though Dad wore a thin sweater and pajama pants, he decided to explore the unknown and successfully unlocked the front door. I was the first to notice he was absent. When my father needed to use the restroom, he would always knock on my door and shake the door handle. However, there was no visitation of this kind on the evening because he was not there. In the early morning hours, I got anxious and went to his room, which was deserted. Even after searching the entire house and descending the stairs, I could not find him anywhere. I approached the front door, and as I got closer to it, prayed that it was locked. The fact that it opened without any problem came as a shock to me. I felt a flood of dread and adrenaline wash over me, and I raced out into the street crying, "Daddy, Daddy, Daddy, Daddy." There was no trace of him anywhere in the area. Returning to my house, I let out a desperate scream that disrupted the silence of the night. After calling the relevant authorities, we had hours of painful uncertainty until the Kent police in United Kingdom could establish his location. He had been sent to the hospital for assessment, and I was notified. The fact that my mother had to leave him behind, even briefly, to return to Lagos, Nigeria, and take care of their belongings before they moved to the United States, caused her to feel an overwhelming sense of regret and sorrow. Throughout that night, she fought to bear the crushing weight of the duty weighing upon her. She was under a lot of pressure. Though my father's safety was ensured, the incident weighed heavily on me as well, exacerbating the caregiver guilt my mother already bore. Witnessing her anguish reinforced the importance of vigilance and highlighted the profound impact of dementia on both patients and their loved ones. My father's condition continued to deteriorate over the following months, and it became increasingly apparent that he would continue to require personal care. Following a unanimous family decision, it was determined that he should return to Africa, the continent on which he had been born, and the society in which he was well known and loved. It was a blessing for him to be in the presence of familiar individuals and places. The 6th of January 2020 was the day that my father officially passed away. It was a day filled with gloom and emptiness when we said our final goodbyes to an unconquerable spirit, our rock of strength, my cherished father. His funeral was an appropriate tribute to the legacy he had left behind. Luminaries attended his funeral, and over 20 priests and bishops presided over the event. Numerous others shared their thoughts about him, and they characterized him as a man of stature who was kind and humble. He had the sincerest intentions, was devoted to education, and looked out for the welfare of the people. His shoes were too huge for us to fill, but we could try to follow in his footsteps, learn from his experiences and wisdom, and strive to continue pursuing his ambitions and aspirations. The continuous fight against dementia, which was fraught with suffering and difficulties, had put our family's cohesiveness to test. It was a painful and challenging experience. Nevertheless, in the end, it demonstrated the relentless force of love, the unbreakable bond of family, and the unconquerable spirit of the human race. The legacy Michael leaves behind serves as a glowing illustration of endurance and a perpetual reminder of the resiliency of the human heart. Thank you. I'm now going to invite my family on stage, and my mom, my sisters, and my brothers. If you can come on stage and join me.
Ladies and gentlemen, please put your hand together for Lolo Modesta Ume. Can we celebrate the amazing mother of the bride and groom, of the author? Can we appreciate the amazing siblings? Wow. Okay, do we all have our mics? Okay. You tell us your name, your genotype, your name, and then, yeah.
So, yeah.
Who should I?
If you give them here. Do we have any there? Oh, there you go.
Yes, you all have a mic. You are the son of Chief.
So good evening, everyone, and welcome to this special segment of Talk with Dr. Agnes. As you can see, I'm joined by my lovely family, and we are here to share our caregiving experiences. We are a family of caregivers, and in our culture, we take turns to look after our seniors, and that's exactly what happened. we're here to, be real about our experience. And because behind every dementia diagnosis, there is a family that is holding it all together. So we are the Ume family, and we are from Agulezi-Chukwu, Agwata local government area, Anambra State, Nigeria. And we all took turns to look after our dad, Chief Michael Dike Ume. So, family, are we ready?
Yes, we are.
Let's do it.
So just so you know, I would like you to introduce yourselves, but let's tell them the order of birth. So this is my lovely mother, Barrister Mrs. Ume, and I'm the first, a proxy mom. And the second and the first son couldn't be here today. So Godwin, I know you're watching, shout out to you.
Love you.
Shout out to you.
And then number 3, reveal yourself. Number 4, reveal yourself.
Henry here. Nice to meet you guys.
Number 3, didn't mention your name.
John.
Good. And number 5. Number 6. And number 7. So obviously,
the baby of the house.
The baby of the house, and he was named after my dad. So Michael Jr., right?
Michael Jr.
So let's just Maria. You've been introduced before, yeah. So just tell us a bit. Maria, is it?
Yeah. Oh, what do you want me to say?
Your name? Your food.
Hi everyone. Again, my name is Maria Eze. I am the 5th born of this amazing woman. And
yes.
Yeah.
And then you didn't introduce yourself, Emmanuel. Oh, you did? Oh, I didn't hear.
He did.
Okay, all right. Are we ready?
Yes, we are.
Let's do it.
I think this one is for you.
Oh, Lord.
But okay, so Maria, let's start. What was that experience like for you? What was your experience like looking after Dad physically and emotionally?
So I think when my dad was initially diagnosed, I was just finishing nursing school. And then when he moved over to the States to live with us, he lived with me for 6 months. My mom was also with me, helping care for my dad. My dad was an amazing man. I think for anybody that knew my dad, he was just, and I'm not saying it because I'm his daughter, but he was the best dad ever. So having to see him in that state of just total dependability on his children was on me and my mom and my amazing husband. Shout out to my amazing husband. He helped care for my dad as well. Mm-hmm. He provided respite care for my mom and I, especially on the weekends. He was like, go to church, just go out, watch him. But seeing my dad physically, my dad, for people that knew my dad, he was a very, big, very confident. When you see him, you know that a chief entered the building. That's how amazing he was. And then having to see him almost like childlike, it was very, very hard for me to just conceptualize that. But that's exactly what dementia does. By the time he got to me, the disease had progressed. He didn't remember his name, and I think his name was the last thing he forgot. But he didn't recognize who we were. Every time he saw my mom, he'd be like, "Who are you, young girl?" And we would laugh and dance with him, but it was hard watching him just kind of deteriorate that way. But again, amazing guy, loved him.
Thank you for sharing that, and thank you. And you were the one that did find a nursing home because he went to Ghana. But he was in Ghana for about 6 months. So my dad's diagnosis spanned continents. Gosh, that's why I'm saying dementia really not just impacts families, communities. And it started from Nigeria to the UK, from UK to the United States, from United States to Ghana, from Ghana then to Nigeria. So that was Dad's journey, his dementia journey. So, and we were looking for homes. And the reason we were was because Mom was bereaved, she was bereaved. She lost her sister and her brother within 1 month, and it was just too much for Mom in the States, right?
In addition to that, it was getting much harder to manage Daddy at home.
Yeah.
Because for people that understand the disease process of Alzheimer's, his sundowning was on another level. Mm-hmm. He became even more confused in the nighttime. He would wander, he would, just go around the house, and it was really problematic for us to just manage him at that point. So I realized that, okay, this is not something that we could do anymore in the home. I had little kids then. My daughter was 3, my son was 1. I was always worried about them. I mean, my dad didn't do anything, he didn't hurt them or anything, but you just never know with somebody that is confused, Because my 1-year-old would go with a pillow and just smack grandpa on the head. I was concerned that my dad wouldn't recognize as a 1-year-old. But I called Agnes and I said, I don't think we can manage daddy anymore. And mommy was really, really burnt out, just like what Dr. Chowdhury was explaining. She was beyond burnt out because my mom had to, not to tell her story, she's gonna share hers, but she had a thriving career in Nigeria. She had to quit her job, early resignation, retirements for her actually, to be able to take care of my dad full time. So we realized in that moment that, in order to provide respite care for my mom and also for us, we had to put him in a nursing home. So I called Agnes and she said, okay, start looking for nursing homes. We looked everywhere in Africa because we had to take him back to Africa. We were able to find one in Ghana, which was amazing. But I think coming to that decision for me was a struggle because I felt like I was abandoning my dad. The guilt was massive because my dad, we're 7 children. We never lacked anything. He provided everything. He made sure we had the best of everything. So for me, coming to that decision was like, this is somebody that gave up his whole life for you. This is the point where he needs you the most, and you're abandoning him. That's what just kept playing in my head. And I remember the night before they traveled to Ghana, I sat him down. Of course, he didn't know what my mom was there. And I was just crying, and I said, thank you so much, Dad, for being an amazing dad. Thank you for everything that you've done for me. And he looked at me, he's like, young girl, why are you crying? And he just got up and left. Did somebody die? He just got up and walked away from me. And then, of course, I immediately stopped crying because I'm like, yeah, it's a wrap. But the guilt, the emotional turmoil that I went through with coming to terms with that decision was one of the hardest things I ever had to do. But I knew that it was something that we had to do for everybody, for my dad, for my mom, for my kids, my husband at that time as well.
Thank you so much for sharing that. In addition to what you said, I knew we had a special dad when, even back in university, whenever they hear that my dad is around, all my friends, everyone will come around. Yeah. And I used to wonder, I thought that because of me, but it was just because of my dad. They kept saying, you have such an amazing dad. He was so present, so involved in anything that we did, very generous in spirit, financially. He made sure that we had the best of everything, education-wise and all that. So just, my dad was the most proud. I felt he was really proud when I became a medical doctor, especially at the age of 24. I remember going to the bank, and I was with him, and he kept introducing me. Said, "Have you met my daughter? She's a medical doctor."
Typical Nigerian parents.
Everyone, and even in conversations, oh, I have a daughter who is a doctor. She's recently graduated from one of the best schools. So, and I struggled with that, in the UK when that trained me. I became a medical doctor, obviously, to help people, but also to help him, and I struggled with that, I felt I was abandoning him, for everything. So that caregiver's guilt is there, and thank you for reinforcing that. So, and that's America. Yes. So let's go to Nigeria. John, so what was it like caring for Dad back in Nigeria, when he moved back from United States? From Ghana, sorry.
Okay, it was difficult then because I had to move from Abuja to Lagos. I don't think that was 2018, and it was a difficult period for me in particular because I was the only one in Nigeria. Everyone was living abroad, and I used to know my dad. We all knew him as a very strict father, a no-nonsense father, very kind, generous. So watching a man that was that strong, an action man, as we call him those days, now suddenly dependent, how it is. It was difficult for me, very emotional, and most times I used to cry, and when you guys call, I would just pretend all was well and all of that. So it took a toll on me in particular because it was difficult for me seeing him like that, declining daily, let me use that word. And it was difficult. It was difficult. It was difficult for And I was
Yes.
the, and yeah, that's true. Thank you for reminding me. I was the only one that was there when he died, as in one of his children.
The only
And,
one in Nigeria.
The only one in Nigeria
Yeah.
when he died. So, yeah. Yes, yes, you did.
That was the last.
Yes, yes, you called Sunday afternoon. Yes, that's true. And it was difficult. It was difficult. It took me a long time to. I bottled a lot of things in. It took me a long time to process it, and it was difficult for me to accept the reality at the end of it all. But we thank God for the times we had with him. He was a wonderful man, wonderful husband, wonderful father, and he was a wonderful grandpa to our children. So
Thank you.
God.
Okay. Yeah, Henry, UK, back to the UK. So we were 4 in the UK looking after him, so UK crew. And so, Henry,
Right.
how did you feel having Dad in your home, becoming his primary caregiver in the UK?
Is this mic? Okay, it's on. I think I'll probably have to circle back to when Mom called me. Remember, Mom was still working then, and she called me, and she was like, once I've done my 9 to 5, coming back home, not knowing what to expect, because Dad got a bit aggressive then. So when she made that call, I was like, I've got to go and take Dad away from Mom, so Mom can just, rest after work and that. So when I took my dad, I think the biggest concern for me is not having any knowledge of what dementia was about, the impact it could have on you as a primary carer and the family. So I had no clue. Remember, when I got the call, I just flew back home. Even from the airport, and then when you sit back, you now start seeing in real time. So I remember on the plane, he would literally just wander around. I think they kind of knew, they just let him be, he would just keep going. And it was a massive struggle, the journey from there, obviously, to my property. But I think the biggest concern for me was waking up every morning and seeing a different face for someone being your hero.
Yeah.
And then seeing him in that light, it was a big struggle for me. And if you guys remember, I used to update you guys. I remember when we go for walks, I don't know if I should get this personal here, but when I think his memory comes back, you realize
You have lucid memory.
you realize maybe he may have weed on himself. Like when we're going to, you're just like, oh, have you done that? You know what I mean? Like, we have to go back home, or you may be walking with him and you just walk in someone's property and then start calling them someone. Maybe you just remember someone like, hey, Joseph, we did something last week. And then, just like, I don't know you, yeah. So it was just seeing all of that. It was really hard. So I think what you've done, you've really inspired me as well, because I think we need to learn a bit more about this. Because if I had your book, the exposure you've given me today, then maybe I would have been better prepared to care for Dad a bit better. Because I had no clue. Remember, I was just like being spontaneous with what I was seeing. So so I think that would have really helped me. I'm kind of giving me more insight in terms of what dementia is about.
And
So,
kudos to Henry, actually, because when everything started to unfold, we didn't know what was going on initially.
Yeah.
And he just heard that Mommy was in distress, and he's like, I'm coming. He just jumped on the plane. So he was the first respite care provider, and he just grabbed Dad from Nigeria straight to the UK.
Yeah.
So shout out to him for that.
Yeah.
And I think I also remember calling the NHS at some point.
Yes, we did.
Henry can only provide you mental support. If you want someone to talk to like 2 hours, just call us and be like.
Okay.
And I remember there was one particular day, let me just jump on this as well. I think I went shopping, I think it was at Asda's or somewhere. And I remember putting my card in to take money out because lack of sleep.
Yeah.
I literally stood there, I didn't even know the money was already out. And I walked away. I remember I told you. And then I did all my shopping. I was going to pay. I was like, where's the money? Like, because there was...
That's mental fatigue, right?
Because I remember at night time, that's when I realized, like, his eyes change a bit, don't like, at night, and you start walking up and down.
Yeah,
Yeah, trying to get out of the house as well, remember? So, I think, just not knowing anything about the illness kind of, I struggled with that.
Yeah.
But,
Good.
Well, thanks for your book, though. I hope this inspires, a family or a community. Yeah.
Exactly.
So thank you.
Thank you. So thank you so much for sharing that. And Emmanuel and Michael, okay. Don't kill me for this, though. But the crybaby of the family is him. No, not him. Oh, who is the crybaby then? Oh, sorry.
happened, right? Boo cries a lot. Okay, all right, so let's agree to disagree. Okay, so what was your emotional experience like during, you were working, she had shift work, and yes, especially Emmanuel. Could you tell me what it was like, your emotional experience during those shifts that you were caring for Dad? When you take turn to come to Henry's house to look after Dad, what was share your own experience?
My experience basically is just the memory loss. You can't really communicate with him properly. But I didn't really have a problem with him in terms of aggressive, because we were very close, so he was never aggressive to me, So he still remembers me, we still go for a walk and all that, but it's just, you can't really communicate with him,
You can't communicate with him.
That was just the problem,
Yeah,
for some reason, I don't think my mic is working. For some reason, I think because before my dad lost his memory, he and Emmanuel were super close, like very, very close. So Emmanuel would get him to go to the barber shop. He would hang out with him, and they were just comfortable with each other, even though he had lost his memory. Whenever Emmanuel came, he behaved himself for some reason. So he never saw any of the aggression and the irritability that most of us experienced.
There's a lot of doctors in the house, though. So how do they remember certain people and not? Because he just didn't know who I was at that point.
Yeah. Maybe
Can someone enlighten
Professor Ejampong can answer that. Yeah. Could you help us with that answer?
Sir, you want to help us?
Is there?
Yeah.
Yeah, that would be great if someone could elaborate on
Prof,
that.
would you like to assist us with that? Would you like to come to the altar and to the stage?
So when he became really poorly, there were certain people he just didn't remember. But if he saw him, he still remembered him for some reason. So I don't know how that works, the science behind it.
Yeah, so usually dementia, people have stages of progression. And usually, there are things that are distant, and there are things that are more of recent memory events. Usually the distant things are things that are the last, to go away, compared to the more recent things. So it usually depends on the experience that people have had with any of their children or any particular incident that really sticks most for them. And there's that selectivity in terms of you forget about, where you left your keys, but you remember, your date of marriage and stuff like that. And those are the things that usually, so maybe there must have been some particular incident related to him.
I've got one more.
Yeah.
How do they register children? Because he could be aggressive towards me, and my daughter will walk through, and he will hold my daughter, and the gentle side comes out instantly in that moment. So I don't know how that works.
That is so true.
So that exactly relates to, he doesn't remember the person that he's being aggressive towards.
Yeah.
But he remembers the affection, or he remembers something about the person that is not aggressive towards.
Okay.
It all relates to the memory loss. Because, if you don't remember somebody, then you are more likely to be aggressive, towards the individual. So,
thank you.
Yeah.
Thank you very much. Thank you, Professor Jacob.
Thank you, Professor Vincent. Okay, more questions.
Well, just how do you think we did well collectively as a family, looking after Dad, especially in the UK?
Well, I think everyone played a very important role looking after Dad, because that was the last love we could give him. And if I could remember, because I was the last to leave Nigeria, 2012, myself and my mom and Dad, whenever we go to church and Dad is talking, it wasn't connecting at all. And I didn't know what was going on, Mom didn't know. So both of us started doing our research and assignment, thinking, okay, what's going on? We thought it was a one-off, let it go, but it kept on coming back and coming back. Then we got worried. And that is how everything all started. I think the best thing I've learned so far with people that are not feeling well, dementia or wherever, just be patient with them. And I was so
Thank you for that.
disappointed at everything that's happened, because he's a very strong man, and seeing him come down that way was heartbroken, because I could not see my dad on video call whenever I called, because it would break me down. It was really, really hard. And 2020, January 6th, that was the first Monday in 2020. I was asleep, getting ready to resume work for the New Year's, and I got that phone call.
Yeah.
That's a phone call I'll never forget.
Yeah.
But we did the very best for him, and what you've done for him today is the biggest.
Thank
if
you.
he was here, he would really appreciate it. So thank you so
Mommy,
much.
don't cry.
Thank you.
Thank you so
everyone.
much. Thank you. Thank you, brother.
Agnes, one more and I'll keep quiet. I don't want to take your show. I was going to say something that is important as well, because then I was his primary carer. And I think if I was to do it again, I'll probably maybe have someone I can open up to and, bounce idea of. So I think primary carers, shout out to them. Personal carers, sorry, not because professional carers, looking at it, I think they can do their job, switch off and go home. But with my dad, I couldn't. And I think that's why I struggled. I didn't really open up to anyone to share my emotion. Difficult time of my life. I just wanted to say, any personal carer here, shout out to you guys. You're doing a good job. It's not easy.
So that's us and now caregiver's journey. I was avoiding my question.
I have a question or two for you. So, what inspired you to write Michael's memories, and what do you hope families like ours take from it?
That's a good one. So I wrote it for many reasons. One, obviously, I was trying to turn my grief into hope for someone else, and if there are ways that I could make their journey lighter, because this journey is arduous. It's a marathon. It's not a sprint, and self-care is not an indulgence. It's a necessity. And we have to look after ourselves so that we're in a better position to care for those that are dependent on us. And I wanted to highlight caregivers' challenges as well. And I wanted to also shine light, obviously, as a physician and as a caregiver. I felt I was in a unique position to be able to put these two experiences together in a book that can also empower people to live healthier lifestyles so that they can reduce their risk of developing chronic health conditions, for example, like dementia.
Yeah, I think that's amazing because, like Dr. Ajabong said, how especially in the African community, with very limited awareness of what Alzheimer's dementia is, spreading that awareness that it's not witchcraft, it's not some kind of spiritual person from a village chasing you. It is a medical condition. So this obviously will resonate, especially with Africans.
Exactly, that's to dispel, myths.
The myths,
and also to encourage all of us to share our story, and so that people can learn from it and see how this can empower them, in reducing the risk of developing dementia and being empathy, to demonstrate empathy and also increase their understanding around dementia. Okay.
So how did you balance clinical understanding with emotional involvement as a physician and as a daughter?
It was difficult, I'll be honest, because as a doctor, people come to you for help. And to find myself on the other side vulnerable, and just like Dr. Chowdhury said, mine was a stigma. I was afraid to ask for help as a doctor.
Yeah.
It's not being proud or anything. It's just that you don't want to be seen as weakness, because doctors come from a position of, authority, confidence. The patient is coming to you, even if you don't know. We know most of it, but there's a doctor that knows everything. So you come from a place where, even if you don't know, you can just reassure the patient and say, I'm going to do my absolute best, which is what we can do. But for me, I didn't want to, I struggled with exposing that weakness that I was struggling. And the process taught me how to balance or how to balance my body, mind, and soul, and that's that well-being. We come from a family, we're a Christian family, so mine was spirituality. Is my central core of the central core of my being. So mindfulness, prayers, meditation, exercise, and just I took it one day at a time. One day at a time, one step at a time.
Yeah.
And so we're trying to say, please, you don't have to navigate this alone. There is help out there. We have a community out there, and find joy in little things, in the middle of all these challenges. I used to be excited when my dad and I will have like a dance-off, and because music connected us together.
Yeah.
If I'm struggling to connect with him, I just put his favorite artist on, and that was my way of getting him to do what I wanted to do. For example, if we needed to change, wash, and all that. So it's just that little smile. Sometimes you just feel that he remembers you, for even if a split second. I used to thrive. I used to enjoy seeing that, and that gave me hope. So yes, it didn't change the outcome. I struggled with knowing the outcome of dementia, the prognosis of dementia as a medical doctor, and that what broke my heart, because I was there looking at my dad helplessly. He trained me to become a medical doctor, and there I couldn't help him. Although I was doing my best, he was on all the right medications and everything, but just I struggled knowing the prognosis of dementia and the outcome, and that was breaking my heart every day.
Yeah. I got one last question for you. So, what advice would you give other healthcare professionals with loved ones going through dementia?
I think Dr. Chowdhury has already answered all of that. It's just that there's this, when we fly, the air hostess or whoever will say, if there's any...
Put on your oxygen mask first.
So if we are helping the masses, so we have to, you cannot deliver or give something from an empty cup. You have to keep refilling that, whether it's mindfulness, meditation,
exercise,
massage, doing whatever that gives you peace, rejuvenates you and all that. So we are numero uno, we are number one, not because we're more important, it's just because we need to help ourselves so that we can help other people better.
Excellent, thank you so much.
So I have a question for Mom. I haven't forgotten you.
Waiting for that.
So, Mom, I know this is very, very, I'll be gentle with you. But at what point did you decide to give up your work? Because you had a fantastic job, a government job, everything was going well. And why did you give it up for that?
Thank you. I have a husband that I call my earthly Messiah. Some people might say, hey, she is magnifying this man. No. A man that trained me. I got married when I was very tender. All my career, he saw me through. First degree, second degree, law school, everything. And a beautiful career that I cherish so much. So it didn't take me time to resign, because without him, I wouldn't have been in that job in the first instance. And
that was selfless of you, Mom.
Yeah, I felt to hell with the job. I want to be by his side, especially at that point in time that I know that the journey is coming to an end. See him, feeding him, dressing him. He didn't know me. Sometimes he would be aggressive. Why is this young girl? What are you doing here? Can't you just go back to your parents and go to school? Why?
Yeah, go to school.
Why are you invading my privacy? That was when he was still talking. He got to a stage, he wasn't talking anymore.
He lost all those skills, yes, for sure.
But the last thing he forgot was
the rosary.
His rosary.
Yeah. He was
he wasn't talking again. If I bring him food, I want to feed him, he would do sign. He's meditating, he was just be doing like this. At a point, he forgot it.
That
couldn't remember it anymore. So you see him,
Don't worry.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mom. So what would you want to say? Thank you. Thank you. So to caregivers here and watching, finally, what do you want to say to them, Mom?
I would say, please, don't suck it, everything is, seek help.
Good.
Seek help. I remember when his doctor told me in UK, he said, Barrister Modesta, this is no longer your husband, the man you got married to. There shall be a time he will not remember you, and he should go to care home. Otherwise, you may lose your life in the process of taking care of him. That dementia is a very difficult illness that no single individual can handle it. So please, I encourage you to seek help and find a way to balance the situation. Create happiness. What can give you joy in between,
Thank you, Mom.
So, yeah,
thank you so
that's
much.
the only thing I can say. Thank you.
Thank you so much for sharing all that to the world. It's out there now. And thank you for joining us. And that'll be the end of this segment.
Ladies and gentlemen, can we please put hands together for the Ume family? And a special thank you to the... Hold on. We also like to quickly take pictures, and then we have a special song for Mom. Yes, Ume family, please join. Can we please appreciate this amazing family? I saw some persons very emotional. It's okay. Let's also create a space for your brother that is not here, so that when we are editing the picture, we'll just put him there. Yeah, I'm sure he's watching right now, and he also has his own experience. Just to let you know that we're creating a society for our father. So we'd like you to please kindly register and see how you can support us in all ways. We're going to play a song right now. Are you ready? And this is for our Mama. Can we please put hands together for Mama? Let's celebrate her, please. He said, thank you all, thank you. Thank you. Thank you so much. Yes, so. Thank you. Sweet mother. Yes, so. Thank you. So we're gradually moving. Thank you. Okay. Make you they cry, you. Stop. Make you no cry again. Thank you, DJ. Thank you. You'll get your balance. You will do well.
Is this on? Yeah, thank you. All right. So I know I've been a little twist taking your time this evening. So here is my concluding speech. As we close this beautiful evening, I hope everyone has had a meaningful, uplifting, and empowering experience. It's been such a joy to share this special moment with all of you. Thank you so much for coming and being part of this important journey. Thank you to our general sponsors, keynote speakers, distinguished guests, and everyone who showed up today with open hearts. Your support breathes life into the mission behind Michael's Memories and the Dickie Mike Health Advocacy and Empowerment Society. Together, we are building something compelling, rooted in love, education, and health equity. As we approach Mother's Day, I would like to take a moment to honor all mothers, those here, far away, and those who live on in our hearts. May all mothers be celebrated today, tomorrow, and always. As a mother of 3, I know the love, sacrifices, and strength that motherhood demands. So from one mother to another, I say you're deeply appreciated and cherished. I also want to thank my beautiful children, Danielle, Kobe, and Ollie. Can't find them anywhere. Typical children, who are my deepest motivation and joy. Through this journey, your patience, love, and quiet strength have carried me more than you ever know. To my incredible mom, Barrister Modesta Dikume, your unwavering care for Dad, even in the hardest moments, showed me what true love and sacrifice look like. And to my siblings, Godwin, in the UK, not here, Joan, Henry, Maria, Emmanuel, and Michael Jr. Thank you for walking this road with me, for your support, for the tears we shared, and for standing beside me while I wrote this book. Michael's memories is not just my story, it's our story. And I couldn't have done this without you. I hope tonight has inspired you to feel more empowered in your health journey, to take steps that reduce the risk of chronic illnesses, prioritize your well-being, and embrace aging with strength and purpose. For those who would like to purchase a copy of my book and have it signed, please feel free to stay behind. I would love to meet you, sign your copy, and connect personally. Thank you once again for being here. Let's keep walking forward together in love, in hope, and community. Take care and good night.
Ladies and gentlemen, can we please put your hand together for Dr. Agnes Chinelo? Thank you. Hold on, don't go yet, don't go yet, don't go yet. We have something for you. Let's put our hand together for them. There is no way your parents will not pay your school fees, yeah? Oh, we sincerely like to appreciate. Pictures, please. Let's appreciate them. Beautiful one. Oh, this is beautiful. At least you can use this flour to cook soup. I mean, yeah. That's number one. Number two. And the baby. I mean the boy, yes. Beautiful. They're not under pressure at all. These children. Please, we like that you can on your table, on tables we have this piece of paper, DK Mike's Health Advocacy and Empowerment Society. You want to sponsor, you want to be part of support to make this. Let's educate more persons. Kindly please make donations. And also you can get a copy of the book. Hard copy is for $30. You want the soft copy is $30. You want the hard copy is $40, and then you want her to sign. That was just $5 extra because our signature is very, very expensive. I'd like to sincerely appreciate you all for joining us tonight. You deserve a round of applause. Remember to live, thrive, and be well. And also, in case you want to get to speak to Dr. Agnes, you could talk to her. Check our website at talkwithagnes.com. Talk with Dr. Agnes, yes? dragnes.com. You sincerely appreciate you all. I hope you was worth it tonight. Yeah? Please make sure you talk about it. We'd like to quickly play the sponsors slide quickly because we would not be able to do this without the help of our sponsors. A special thank you once again to all our sponsors. Thank you for believing in us. So please play the video so that our gold sponsor, silver sponsor, bronze sponsor. Let's go. Can we please? Thank you so much. Remember to talk about this and tag us at Talk with Dr. Agnes on all our social platforms. Let's know you are here. And also you want to take pictures with the author, you could also wait behind. Yes. Are you ready? Thank you. There's no way you'll not be my... Yes. Once again, thank you. DJ, please give us something soft from Zazu. Yeah. Remember to get a copy. You can get copies of our book. We sincerely appreciate you. Let's make sure... A special thank you to our good sponsor, Vanity Fashion. I'm going to play it again so that we can... Let's go.
Become a multinational distributor of high-quality fashion jewelry with sales in over 3,000 locations. In the beginning, it was apparent that retailers were struggling in this highly profitable category. We identified the obstacles, and we called them the 5 W's. Where do I find the time? What do I buy? Where do I display? What do I reorder? And last and most important, what do I do with a product that doesn't sell? We took all 5 W's and we created solutions that have differentiated us from other suppliers in the industry. Our programs include a planogram to simplify reordering. Our seasonal planogram updates allow for returns on discontinued product. Everyone loves free shipping. That's why we have included it with prepaid minimum orders for all our jewelry programs. The satisfaction of our retailers and our consumers is essential for our continued success. We look forward to partnering with you, and let us show you how easy retail can be. For over 30 years, Vanity Fashions have been providing nickel-free jewelry programs to North American retailers. Our designs appeal to a large demographic of fashion-conscious individuals with a large selection of styles at value price points.